Welcome, champions. How's everyone doing? What's up, Parada, Void, Shakens, Slicktastic? Glad to have you here on time. Kratos, Caius, King of Soul. How's everyone doing? Oh man, let's hop into here. Hey Virgil, how you doing? I'm looking a little. I think my camera's off. Doesn't usually cut off that much of my forehead. Good enough. Virgil, this is Virgil. Say hello to Virgil. He's looking at Kane's thighs. So I was nursing coffee one before stream, and as soon as I hit start streaming, the second I did that, the coffee poops hit. Had to run off and do some business, you know. Hey, Ledieth. Great time for the raid. My little pre-stream poop story. How you doing, Ledieth, and all those watching? From Ledieth. We are just about to get started. Watched the Seat 9 VOD yesterday. Glad you didn't cave into the shock I hate train since you weren't here to rally for you, boy. How you doing, Shevik? Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Seat 10 day. And we will actually finish this week. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. On Saturday, we'll hit up Seat 12. So this week, we will finish the reassessing. Will be interesting to see what happens. Let's go ahead and get some of the old background music going, because I need it to maintain my sanity. If it's too loud, too quiet, let me know. I can always tinker with that. You kind of caved? I caved a little bit. I made a... What do you call that? A compromise between everybody. Yeah, we just compromise. He's a clear A+ if he didn't suck so hard. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just you're never going to reach his absolute peak. Man, today you're probably going to hear some background sound. Just FYI, there's a lot of yard work going on at the neighbors and planes flying like crazy. So if you hear weird stuff like that in the background, don't worry about it. Oi, oi, oi. Mr. J, how you doing? So, Seat 10. We've got, let's just go ahead and take a peek at the tier list waiting room. I gotta sneeze. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's right on the edge. I have an ingrown hair like in my mustache, and it is bugging me today. Woo! Let's look at the waiting room in the tier list. That's not right. Actually, you know what? It'll just be easier to go to the game itself. I'm still progressing. I'm not prepared today. I had a very busy weekend and day up to now. So apologies. When am I not scatterbrained though, you know? It wouldn't be me if I wasn't absolutely stupid. Seat 10, you got some catching up to do? Yeah, I mean, at first it felt like we were going slow, and now they're all gone, you know? Huh? What are you saying, Shevik? What did I say? I probably said something stupid. So, let's see. Hey, Kratos. Trontanian. Thanks for the follow. How you doing? Just wondering, how long does it take you to set up a Z1800 run for this? I mean, this one I just kind of slapped in, like, roughly half an hour before stream, I think. Trontanian. Okay, just Tron is fine though? Gotcha. And I know I've seen your name a lot. I've just never had to pronounce it out loud. How you doing, Ovium? Tyril's spec is a big part of his kit, absolutely, and we'll go into him when we start up. But just to give a highlight of who we're looking at today, we've got Tyril, the core champion, Barrowin, Havilar, Wulfgar, Ulkoria, Ellywick, Virgil, Rosie, Torogar, Yorven, and Astarian. Yeah, and we are in for a lot of respecialization potions today. I tried making a coffee emote, and I just kept not liking the way it looked. That was the only emote we had a recommendation for. For those new or coming back, just a reminder, we did get affiliate, so we have the sub button. You can gift a sub, you can sub with Prime. And we're working on filling out those emote slots, but as long as you follow, we have a couple of decent follow emotes relative to the stream that you can spam in chat. It's okay. Yeah, Trontonian. I think that's easy. The one idea you liked from the VOD was the emote of your bald head. Oh, yeah, that doubles as Egbert. I need to write that down. I actually forgot I said that. I'll write it down. Egghead. There's those emotes. Yeah, I don't know why I still have the static Twitch sub high. Just until I fill it with other slots. Might as well, I guess. Nathalis, how you doing? Nathalis? Best emote, Kane's thighs. Probably not wrong. Kraken, it's probably the seat that you skip the most often of all. There's definitely some utility in this seat, but I can see a lot of people skipping this seat too, depending on what you run. If you're an AA, you're seeing a lot of Astarian use from it. If you're early game, you're going to use Tyril a lot. I mean, Torogar has his place in a lot of formations. I use Torogar in my Artemis. I don't think a lot of people do anymore, but there's some duds here for sure, though. Or Gold find a lot of Astarian, yeah. He definitely took that spot over Ellywick. For sure. Or Virgil for speed, scripted. Ugh. I know a lot of people actually hate Virgil for their speed teams. A lot of people say he actually gives them slowdown over increase. Unless we're talking like pushing Elminster or something, but yeah. So yeah. How you doing, Ravenous? Every time I see your name, I apologize. My brain reads your name as Ravenous Bob. Every time. I know that's not it, but that's my dumb brain for you. He does, but with Diana, rather. No Vajra, still worth. Yeah, probably. I haven't done much just raw speed testing on my own. I have not had the time. Is it working good enough for me? And I just let it go. Or Rosie for memes. Those aren't good memes, though. It's actually Ravenous Bug Bladder Beast of Trawl from Hitchhiker's Guide. I'm vaguely familiar with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or whatever it was, but I do not know it very well at all. Did you reroll Torogar to Minotaur with 300% on all 6 spots? No, I did not, lazy. Or Tyril for the unkillable beast tank of doom. Yeah, no. Tyril has a really good place for early gamers as a good tank, for sure. The stupidest beast in existence, it behaves that if you can't see it, then it can't see you. That sounds more familiar, saying it like that. Well, I guess we might as well start diving into it with the old Tyril. So as was stated previously by... who was it? Void. Tyril bases what he does entirely on his specialization choices. So let's pop that first respecialization potion. Gonna go right through them. There they are. I was going to see who was going to hit up that emote first. So, Tyril will either snag Moonbeam or Wild Shape as a druid, either increasing the damage of all champions by an amount, which is reduced by a % depending on the number of adjacent champions. So, you want him adjacent to as few champions as possible. Tyril has 2 specs, the one that sucks and the one that also sucks, but as close to invincible as it gets, yeah. But then Tyril also can become a tank with Wild Shape, transforming into a bear, granting him health points, and increasing his overwhelm points. Now this will also affect his specialization. Moonbeam will give him a Kamehameha, and Wild Shape will make him bite enemies but give him temporary hit points as a shield, which is very important for a tank, especially considering he's a core champion who you're going to be getting gear for, and reduce that cooldown pretty quickly. It's a shorter cooldown, you can maintain that temporary hit points pretty well. Fun fact, a level 20 Moon Druid is close to unkillable with damage, so that mechanically is accurate. Every campaign I've ever run, whether it be one I'm running or one I'm playing in, we've never reached level 20. But yeah, so if you don't need a tank and you need to fill a slot, Moonbeam is definitely a choice to do, because Wild Shape is restrictive, we'll get into that. But if you need a tank in early game, you probably will. Wild Shape is great. We'll just show off Moonbeam real quick and throw another respecialization. So increase the damage of all champions by 2e10. The amount is reduced. Again, he is not adjacent to anyone right now, so that's his peak. In a formation like this, you're going to have him adjacent to 2 people, more than likely. And that's going to drop him down. Not a lot, though. The game is not even designed to be played at 20, to be honest. Honestly, yeah. You got to 15 once, but that took years. Yeah, I think my team that has been running for years is at 13, I think. I don't remember, though. It's been even a while since we played that. Well, cat 2 wants out. We might as well show off the cats before he goes away. Cat number 2. There he is. What are you doing? Huh? Neither of them like it when I talk. He's kind of a booger, because he's always harassing cat 1. Here's cat 1. What you doing? She hasn't run away to hide yet. That's surprising. But gotta let cat 2 out before he starts meowing. 1 second. Okay. You really enjoy lower level D&D gameplay? It's definitely... Yeah, it's pretty fun. I usually start my groups at level 3 so they at least unlock their archetype. I think level 1's a bit rough, but level 3's a really good spot. Hey kitty. Anytime you see the kitty, you spam the kitty. That's how it is. But yeah, so... But Tyril is also a healer, tanking healer support. Heals champions adjacent to Tyril for a lower amount. Very low amount. Yeah. Tyril does not excel at numbers. Again, though, most of the time you're probably going to use him as tank, so let's throw another respec pod at him. And again, we're dealing with roughly 30k item levels on my end from my core champions. So getting an E10 with that much, obviously, nothing amazing. Why is he running like that? There he goes, okay. So now we have him in his bear form, Tank Boy. He will increase the health of other champions by his max health, and he does have a health item. So he works as a tank in that way, but he also increases the damage of champions within 2 slots of Tyril by lesser than Moonbeam. So you just want your DPS within 2 slots of his placement to receive that buff, but he also increases the damage of good champions for each enemy attacking him. So we'll go somewhere where he can get attacked and stack that up a little bit so you can see what threshold that's kind of resting at. Barrel, yep. You remember when you had more than 8k of those? I haven't opened chests in a while. I usually only open chests at the start of an event, so they'll pop back up at the next event. So, his ultimate. Oh, I didn't show Moonbeams. He just does a quick Kamehameha. That's really all it is. When he's a bear, Shielding Bite, Tyril will leap to the nearest enemy. Ease, biting them with his huge jaws. Based on the enemy's hit or killed, he will gain a shield that slowly fades over time. This definitely benefits from just slapping a familiar and letting him gobble them up as often as he can. And with that, you see he has an excellent shield that is now dwindling down. And at my item level, and you can reach his ultimate pretty quick, the ultimate cooldown threshold, it's going to get to a minute. Well, I'll have to remove the familiar. There we go. 60-second cooldown. So he will keep that up quite well as that shield dwindles. He does stay very survivable with it. He will likely be a way you stay alive at a wall if you need a tank to stack up. But you can see he's now stacking up a damage buff, but this will only affect good champions. And it doesn't get very high. He just used his ultimate, so he killed everything. But you see, this is just a flat additive stack with no gear slot tied to it. Yeah, it's a monster shield. Yeah, no, that shield is very good. You can see right now that shield is slapping an E12 for me. That's a girthy shield, all things considered, for what we're looking at right here. But yeah, so an additive stack without gear scaling. This buff is never going to excel, and neither is his buffing in general. Tyril's buffing is bad, just bad, below average. Great tank, not the best healer unless you consider his temporary HP for himself healing, which, you know. Yeah, good tank. Decent core champion, all things considered, but numbers will never be competitive. Ever, ever, ever. Excuse me. So, I believe, let's take a look at where we had him previously. All right, we'll look at his availability. Gotta get in the groove. There it is. Tyril, not Torogar. You're Tyril. That's a different T name. So, as a core champion and having access to him throughout the whole game, he actually has pretty good availability, making him able to be used, which is nice that early in the game. But he is good, so he is available for Mert. I don't think he has any ability yet. No ability scores. However, with his 92 TOT spread quite evenly, he has enough con for Vajra, enough int for Strahd, enough strength and charisma for Zariel, and of course, with that spread, no day one trials lockouts. He is available for everything except Elminster as a core champion. So very good availability, just being locked out of Elminster. So at least he has that going for him. Very tanky boy, very available boy, just not the greatest buffing, which is important. Because that's always the concept, I don't even know what to call it, but the idea that you reach your wall, you slot someone tanky, but if they're not going to give you enough oomph to pass that wall, then there's a problem, right? There are other tanks who can perform, who will buff at higher numbers, or you can just spike your bud with better buffers. But there are times when you're going to need a tank, and he is an excellent tank. But previously we had Tyril ranked in the, I think B? Am I blind? There he is. Bottom of B+, more to represent a flat B. I think he's a good early champion when you're just starting out. But as far as like the grander scheme of the numbers we're reaching these days, he's definitely gonna take a hit. But he's still a good tanky boy. Let's take a look at our current list. There we go. We have them all lined up in the waiting room. And apologies if I'm a little sluggish. Long weekend. Family birthdays, family get-togethers. Let's see. looking through what we're looking at now, where are we going to put the bear? Kind of want to hear from everyone else before I say where I'm thinking, but I have a thought for where I want to slap him. Above Naeli, just better. I think Naeli can technically reach slightly higher numbers, but they're very similar as far as that goes. I'm pretty sure, Calcry, you're just saying that so I have another reason to talk about the Naeli feat. But yeah, he's definitely a better tank than Naeli. Second best core champ, third. B-, C+, he's a great tank and has great availability, but that's about it. Yeah, B-, there is value in invincibility. I was between B- and C+. I think maybe more leaning towards C+. Because I think, I want to look again real quick. Yeah, I had rated him right next to Brunner, and I was kind of thinking of... That's kind of where my brain was going. It was right next to Brunner. Is he better than Evandra, who can't buff any meta DPS either? Yeah, Evandra's rank is also boosted by the fact of Witchlight availability, pulling in the alpha ones in Witchlight while being the best Azaka gold farm in her seat as well. Evandra has other uses beyond that. Very solid tank and availability can be really key, although given the number of champions now, it's less of an issue than it was previously. Yeah. And even then, if we're saying Evandra is, does he then take over as the gatekeeper as of C+? Potentially. You can see him C+ near Jarlaxle. I foresee him in the higher C+, mid to high C+. Potentially the bottom of B-. Somewhere in this range. You'd go B. Might not be the bestest, but he's solid. You mean like the lower B-? Because I definitely don't think he climbs to like B+ range at all. And I think a lot of the B- deserve to be ahead of him, if not all of them. Definitely use him the most out of the cores, but that might be because the seat is a bit underdeveloped for you. Yeah, I mean, he's useful as a tank, absolutely. As soon as you transition out of needing him, though, he becomes almost never used. Because then, you know, you still have use for Jarlaxle, you still have use for Makos, at least in a Trials of Mount Tiamat, if nothing else. But as far as like when you'll use Tyril beyond his early game usefulness, it's almost never. He's like the inverse of Naeli, because Naeli is a better buffer than Tyril, but Tyril is a much more survivable, yeah. Does he tank better than Black Viper DPS? I mean, he is, if we're just talking raw tankage, he is one of the better tanks in the game. You never use Tyril. There are better ways to be invincible, like Dirge. If you can't win in 15 seconds, you can't win. But it's an option which is valuable. Yeah. I mean, I can see him getting to the bottom of B-. C+ is looking lonely, though. And there goes my cat, complaining at me for talking. She's probably gonna go make her poop run and then hide. Huh. Nothing worse than a micromanager? Do you mean his ultimate? I mean, you can just slap a familiar on it. If you absolutely need it. I do potentially see him. I mean, I even almost... Oh, my cat. I see. Now, right now, she must be lazy today. Because she came down and I think she wanted to hide. And then she just got to that point. Lazy girl. Big old lazy girl. And C+ is where some of the more useful core champions are. Time to increase the difficulty? What are we talking about? Oh. You're good, Ravenous. Best viewers on what? You got asterisked out there, Cakes. And welcome. How you doing? Is he a better tank than Jarlaxle? Is Goldfind. Bot? You think that's a bot? Could be. Excuse me. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, oh, you think it was a link? Is that how they... I thought links were just straight yeeted. Seen about 3 times on Ledia's stream this morning. Oh. So Lediath is leading bots to my stream? Yeah, I don't want to, like, linger too much on the very first core champion. I am feeling like Tira belongs in C+. Bottom of B- for you too, Sinister. Yeah, a lot of people are saying bottom of B-. I can see him... He's right on that line for me. High C+, bottom B-. I'm seeing a lot of people B, low B- for Tyril. What, girl? Where are you going? We can put him in B-. A lot of people fighting for him to be there, so I can see it. I will concede that. Higher in B-. See, we finally make a decision, Caius, and in true to your nature. Say what you will about Tyril, he's not generic. I mean, that is B-. B- is kind of the not generic tier. The useful and not generic people. I could see him being above Grim and Beetle. Veronica's a wall to hit that I'm like, You feel like he has more of a use than Veronica? Yeah, that's that point where I'm just like, okay. Veronica has more potential than him as far as buffing goes. His niche tanking ability, at least in the early game, will absolutely be used over Veronica. Not that they're competing in a seat or anything. He's right in that range, though. I don't see him climbing much higher, even if he took over Veronica, but... You were mostly playing your role. Veronica also has Bud. Yeah. Oh, there she goes. She's getting ready for a poop, and then she's probably gonna hide. Must expose cat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what's she doing? She just sits there and thinks about it for a while. Right about there. Oh, I think, Didn't know about the the bow damage. Yeah, we'll hop back over there, take a peek. I think I went over it in C1, but I might have missed it actually. Nope. he's still taking hits. Nope. Veronica. I don't care. That was, was it in her other form, or is it just not stated there? I forget. Do you have to finish her quest? It is her other form? Okay, yeah. So once you complete her search for the crown, her attack will get bud. Relatable. Good day, all. How you doing, Goldstog? Welcome back. Neighbors sure be flying those planes around. Oh, yeah. So yeah, she will attain a bud from her main attack once completing search for the crown. But, yeah, we'll keep Tyril in the bottom of B-, just above Beetle and Grim. For now. And we'll move on. Konnichiwa. How you doing, Rondo? Proves her base attack is very vague, yeah. How high is Veronica's buff with Dispose of the Puppet? Are we saying... Oh, you're the other way around. Yeah, I mean... It all stays very close to the same. The big thing with Veronica, if you're looking to get a big increase, is just, if you can get your DPS in her inner puppet. You use Tyril to bridge those areas between speed and pushing. He's so reliable. You started BDS since last we met. It's pretty interesting. They're fun. They have problems. If they had some slight tinkering, they could be a really good overall affiliation. Can we start on Ellywick? You want to see how painful she is to stack? Ulkoria. We'll do Ellywick, then Ulkoria. As Ellywick was mentioned first, she doesn't really need to stack though. Ellywick's kind of weird, especially by today's standards. I kind of forgot about her when I started this run, and then I threw her in when I was almost done, so I didn't get to stack her up fully. Probably enough, but... So, Ellywick. She revolves around her deck of many things. Ellywick draws a card with a different effect from the deck of many things every 100 areas she completes, so she does need to be in your formation for those. Oh, you mean the show! I got you, Rondo. How you liking it? I haven't messed with that at all yet. She can act like a pseudo-speed with her flames. So she can pull a Knight card, granting a Knight stack for every 100 enemies defeated while the card is active. Knight stacks affect Ellywick's powerful following, which we'll go into. A maximum of 25 Knight stacks can be earned each time the card is active. So you can see the white here, that means her Knight card is active, and that's what is the currently drawn card. If I progressed the 100 levels, that would then randomly change to another card between Knight, Moon, Gem, and Flames. Only if you're not killing with clicks. So, powerful following. What Knight is revolved around. Her primary source of damage buffing. Ellywick increases the damage of champions in the column behind her. The ability is increased for each Knight stack that Ellywick has, stacking additively and then applying multiplicatively, and that is a common theme with her, is that her scaling, no matter what you're focusing on, isn't the best. You can see right now our Knight is only at 5 E9. I don't have good Knight stacks though, clearly. I'm at 8. But yeah, so even if we were to stack that up, we're not talking big bonuses. You'll want to slot her if you're using her early to scale her up for whatever your intention is. But we'll go through her whole kit and then her specializations. So greatest song in the multiverse. Ellywick plays music that emboldens the hearts of her allies and saps the will of her enemies. This ability decreases the max health of enemies by 50%. For every 5 moon stacks the enemy has, debuff is applied again, stacking multiplicatively with itself. we talk in Ellywick, she is reworked here. Not wrong these days. She was, and we'll get to her gold find in a second. She used to be, even though she didn't perform the best gold find in her seat. But we have since got Astarian, and he's kind of taken over for that. But yeah, so this will reduce the health of enemies if you're looking like just to use her for a debuff team, or if you're just feeling like increasing that overnight if you're using her. It sounds like it'll do a lot. At the end of the day, it generally doesn't. Reductions from that level of a percent base to health don't stack as high as you might think. Just with the way the math works in the game. But, so those will be her moon stacks that she pulls from. Probably worse than Yorven for click debuff. Yeah, honestly, if we're talking same tier. Hey! Thank you for the gift, Rondo. I appreciate that. Gift into Ledieth, no less. Thank you for the follow. I don't know what you're going... Is that beard? Is that what you're going for with that? That's what my brain is telling me you're trying to do with that name, but let me know. Welcome to the world of being my sub. It is a dark, dirty world, Ledieth. And again, thank you, Rondo. I appreciate that. So yeah, she has a health debuff in her moon stacks. And thanks for following, Ledieth. Her gold find comes from Fortunate Soul. As you'll see up here, she is a healer, a support, and a gold find. Celebrate with... Oh no, Kratos. That one's not fitting so well. I like it though. So her gold find comes from Fortunate Soul. Gold find is increased by a flat amount. The ability is increased by 5% for each gem stack Ellywick has, stacking additively and applying multiplicatively, as is tradition for her. And another theme you'll see with her... Correct, not many figure that out. Well, that's good to know. Looking at it, I figured you were going for beard, but I wasn't sure. He's staring at them thighs. Oh, Cat 1 is scratching at my door to get out. She usually just hides. I guess I'll let her out. 1 second. Alright, girl. There you go. Oh. Cats, am I right? She will probably be scratching at the door to get back in. All right. Oh, Rondo remembered her name. I've only said it once. That's right, the white cat is Lily. And Cat 2, if you remember seeing Cat 2, his name is Einstein. He doesn't get around that much in this room, though. He likes to harass Lily, so we have to separate them more often than not. Anyway, here's kind of an issue with Ellywick is you need to stack up things like Fortunate Soul to make them even remotely competitive, and even when you make them competitive, they're on the lower end. She has scaling issues, she has flat number issues. Starting at a flat 50%, most abilities start at 100% and then get affected by scaling. So she's already starting off low, having to stack it up just to get it competitive. Previously, again, she was the only gold find in her seat, so you would still use her anyway. A 2e5, at the time she came out, wasn't terrible for gold find. I'm only at 27 gem stacks, so she will scale harder, but with those 27, we only go from a 9-4 E4 to a 2-2 E5. Not that much higher. So, maybe if her ult maxed her stacks for a duration, something, yeah. They say Albert was quite a ladies' man. The Cat 2 to Cat 1, Lily and Einstein. Einstein has a problem of if Lily walks by him, he does just literally slap her butt. And then, for the fans, the effective night stacks on powerful following is increased per stack. In addition, the chance to draw a night card is increased. This is her specialization, so let's take a look at her specializations. Get those potions ready in chat. I actually thought I went all at sparkles before the run. That's actually funny. Each stack should apply multiplicatively and have lower caps. Yeah. Make her both easier to use and more powerful. Should apply to Moon and, yeah. She definitely needs a rework because her numbers, you have to work to get her numbers to be below average these days. And that's just not good. I did actually calc her this time, although I don't have a seat 10 in my my first formation, so it wouldn't have affected me today of all days. So for the fans, you can choose to increase her potential Knight, Moon, or Gem stacks. So the effective Knight stacks on powerful following is increased by 25% per stack. In addition, the chance to draw a Knight card is increased, and the chance to draw others is decreased. Or you can go to Moon, which affected Greatest Song in the Multiverse, or you can go to Gem to increase her gold find. More often than not, you'd go gold find, but again, these days, that's become a little more moot. Does it go into... Okay, yeah, so she also has Fates and Flames, which it didn't show in her outgoing effects, so we'll just look at that. So the Fates disable all existing stacks from the deck of many things while this card is active. This will showcase on her as a black over the white. When the card is discarded, though, all existing stacks are increased by 25%. Go to Moon. Ellywick confirmed Crypto Pro. Ellywick is a Magic the Gathering card collector is what she is. You need one more for T6 if anyone is interested. Hit it up if you need it. So, yeah, the Fates is one. If you're looking, if you get that at your wall, that sucks, because it disables all stacks. But if you're able to push past it, it'll boost everything up. But then she can also get Flames. Grants one Flame stack. When this card is drawn, all monsters move faster and deal more damage while the card is active. Stacking additively, all Flame stacks persist after the card is discarded. So, yeah, I mean, you could consider that pseudo speed. Was it Lediath that said that? And now she's also a Magic card. Yeah, she's been a Magic card for a long time. I think because I even referenced that in the video I covered when I did my original C10 video. Ellywick was an NPC in the Wild Beyond the Witchlight adventure. That's a lot of mechanics for a below average buff. Yeah, and that for a below average buff. And that is her problem. She's a lot of RNG, and she's a lot of miscellaneous mechanics, all together creating a flat average to below average kit. It's a lot of work for not enough reward, and she is outdated by today's standards of the game. I would always stand by her in that at least she is the gold find of the seat, right? No matter what, you'll use her for gem farm, or for her gems to farm gold. However, we have a new gold find that is much easier to use, and we'll get to him when we get to him. So, unfortunately, Ellywick is in a rough spot. We will look at her availability, though. You feel like they could have done something so interesting with her instead of how she works. Like, every boss has a chance to drop a booster pack while she is in the formation that you can open in the chest screen containing cards that don't reset after the run. They could definitely do something. She needs something. It's something unique, or just better scaling, some multiplicative scaling, make her stat counts matter more. But yeah, availability wise, we are looking at pretty good overall, actually. I don't remember her being this good for availability. But as she is neutral, I think that butt just super popped. I don't use my usual pop filter, so I apologize if my powerful P's don't come through so good. She is neutral though, so she will not be available for Mert. And we'll take a look. Yeah, no ability score increases. However, she does have 88 TOT with a pretty good spread. Naturally, she will be available for Vajra, Strahd, Zariel, and all Day 1 trials. And she is currently at 1,035 days released, so she is still available for Elminster, but that's only for, about 60 more days? Yeah, 60 more days. So that will phase out soon-ish. But other than that, she's available for everything except Mert. Bard synergy. There are Bard synergies in the game. None of them, I would say, are necessarily powerful, though. Worse than Tyril, I absolutely, by today's standards, think Ellywick is worse than Tyril. We'll take a look at where we previously had her. I had her ranked a little higher because, again, the gold find was a factor back then. I thought she was... Oh yeah, she's the gatekeeper of B- previously. There she is. So yeah, she's definitely gonna take a hit. Let's look at the reworked list. I can't hear my nose and I need to sneeze. Oh, this is... Woo. Yeah. She's gonna take a hit. I have an initial gut reaction to her. You get Tyril and his item levels for free, so she is below him. I mean, yeah, being a core champion too, Tyril is easier to gear. There's no chance she stays in B- even. Oh no. My gut reaction is C-. I think she stays above D, but my gut reaction is C-. Seems like C- material to you? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Somewhere next to Morgan. That's funny because I looked at the list and my eyes instantly went right there. Between Morgan and Gazrick. That's where my mind instantly put her. I feel like C- or even D. I think she stays out of D. You agree D is a bit of a tough sell. Similar to Stokey, Astarian isn't 6 of 6 for trials after all. Yeah, you might use her in your gold farm if Astarian is locked, for sure. Or Gazrick in terms of kit. Sometimes you need your day 1 gold find to be Ellie. Sometimes, yeah. It's true. Yeah, my mind went to between Gazrick and Morgan, like, right away my eyes locked in right there in C-. How does everyone feel about that? You like it, Caius? I'm thinking it's a good fit. Because like with Tyril, I was struggling, but as soon as I pulled up the list, my brain was like, yeah, no, that's where she goes. Sometimes you can be agreeable, keeps you on your toes. Looks about right to you, Rondo. See, you're only agreeable, Caius, on a champion you don't care about, so you can spend an hour arguing someone else. I know your balancing act. You can definitely live with that. She's all around meh, with bad RNG. Yeah. Well, look, we agree on something. I like it. It feels good. Okay. Oh, that wasn't a hard one then. I believe Ulkoria had a quarter on the table, so we'll go into Ulkoria next. Interesting champion. Evergreen champion. So it's always a little bit of a boost. You unlock them in the game, and then they are affected by gold chests, meaning you'll always keep their item levels up to a good amount. And she does have a mechanic a lot of people like to use. In Spellcaster School, Ulkoria gains a stack of Spellcaster School for each champion with a magical-based attack in the formation. Each stack increases the damage of these champions by 100%, stacking multiplicatively. Ulkoria is a champion you don't really understand. You feel like she's really bad even in a full magic formation. Her numbers are just really meh. Her numbers get decent, but she also affects them in different ways. Anybody tried her with Dirge? She could be used with Dirge. Dirge is always under the problem of requiring Ceramorphosis stacks though, and there is a Ceramorphosis user in that seat, so it's rough. Ulkoria is good for a niche, but useless outside of it, that's true. Ulkoria has 20/20 buff numbers, which is outdated. I think her numbers are a little better than that, if you focus specifically on a spell team. You have Dirges and Grey with her. Yeah, you want Ceramorphosis with Dirge over other things. But we'll use a team of magic users to stack this up. But she does affect other things as well, in that she will increase the damage of everyone in the formation if you are on an adventure in Waterdeep. Again, that's only useful if you're in Waterdeep. So, I wish she had a way to pull from this otherwise, like in a specialization choice or something. But, thank you for the follow, Maciel. Is that how you go with that? Let me know in chat. Welcome. How you doing? She also doesn't have an item for her magic school. Quite a few magic DPS in the game though, yeah. Used a lot at the beginning of the game. I don't care if I have a G-Force. You're not even supposed to be up. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, what do you mean she doesn't have an item for her magic school? Because literally, spellcaster school right here. What are you talking about? What do you mean? But yeah, we'll slot in a, let's see. Who do we wanna make in here? It was a test. You're paying attention. What was a test, Caius? You didn't even say anything. Ashara? I mean, we could. I was thinking of someone who doesn't like require to build around, who's just like a flat magic DPS. Nixie? Farida? Again, Farida wants tieflings, not all of them are casters. Nixie wants the awful ones, not all of them are casters. You're coming up with excuses for Strider. Ah, I see. Who is just like a flat magic DPS that doesn't need people. Specific people. Let's see. Because generally, you might not be getting a 10 out of 10 stack from spellcasting school. I just want to showcase it, though. DPS. Attack. Magic. Let's see here. I guess Dadius, actually. Well, he does want the int, but with spellcasters, he'll probably get there. Makos, I mean, technically, yeah. But yeah, Dadius should work, yeah, that's what I was looking at. So yeah, we'll throw in Dadius, actually. Dadius. We'll wait until, well, that one we can, yeah, because it'll all be magic attackers. But this one I'll wait on just to see what we're looking at. So, let's just put him in the middle. And let's see. Let's just find some magic users. He does not have the charisma for Nixie. So we'll use Gale. What spec do I have you on, Gale? Illusion? Okay. We can use BBEG. Or no, we can't because his int's gonna be too high. Dirt. So we will use... Was Dyna Hair Sling or... Yeah, she's Sling. I mean, we could make Grama go magic if we need. But we'll go here, throw in Antreus. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Grama with Acid Arrow, yeah, we might come back. Because Dadius, how old is Dadius? He's 57. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, we'll just make her magic. We'll just do this. And I guess he is neutral though, but whatever. Magic. 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 We'll go Shadowheart. Why not? Get the old Sharder out there. What? Ulkoria's dex is... Well, I guess we're using a bunch of magic users, though. We could just put in freely. That doesn't matter. There we go. That's high dex. That is not what I meant. We'll just throw in Makos for simplicity. And... we haven't seen enough Averin these days. Let's just throw him in there. So all things considered, this should be a full magic team. Yep. All right. There we go. Really, he's not within the 12 int? I guess that makes sense being from the awful ones. Oh well. We're not looking to hyper buff Dadius. We're just looking at Ulkoria. I must fully level them. Autism. So 10 out of 10 spellcaster school. We are up to an E16. That is definitely above the average, but again, we're talking barely. This is in the middle ground by today's standards, but that's still not bad. E16 still puts up numbers. But she does more than that, with Watchful Order. Ulkoria provides additional buffs based on the number of spellcaster school stacks she has. 3+, attack speed of champions counting towards spellcaster school are reduced, so she will make magic users attack faster. Increase the positional formation ability effects of champions counting towards spellcaster school. So she is also scaling positionals like Dadius' positional, like Antreus' positional, etc. So oh! I forgot I have like an ingrown hair right on my mustache. Oh, that was woo! So yeah, that is definitely a boon. And that is, again, if you remember from our Seat 1 video, we use Ulkoria in a Orkira build for her overhealing because she increases that positional of Orkira's healing. And at 7+ stacks, each time a champion counting toward spellcaster school attacks, there is a chance that their base attack cooldown will immediately reset. And at 9+, increase the base value of spellcaster school. So if you can at least get to 9 stacks, you don't need the full 10 to benefit from it being a pretty good overall buff. But you want to try. 7 is a big one, 9 is the goal. Her numbers fall off really heavy if you don't use 9+ magic attackers. And you feel like 9+ isn't really a thing if you're actively restricting your formation. No, it is fair pills because, one, we're talking about a champion who only buffs magic to begin with. So she is severely restrictive. And then you need to build an entire team of magic users around it, which is often hard to do. I do think her buff in the right niche is good. We're looking at E16 plus buffing positionals plus reducing attack speed, or well, increasing attack speed by reducing the attack speed cooldown. Overall, her kit is good, but she is restrictive and it can be difficult to maintain. But yeah, we'll go over her availability. She was really best for Ashara, who's nerfed and not used much nowadays. I think, yeah, and even then, I like leaning into exotic for Ashara, which tends to shy away from a full magic team. Not necessarily always, but yeah, I will admit, yeah, no, Ulkoria isn't used as much as she used to be. She was very good when she first came out for a lot of DPS users, but I still think she's good in her niche. Her niche is, well, niche, though. Availability. Where are you? Where is she? There she is. Where is she? Okay, so we are talking about an evergreen champion that is available for Mert being good. I don't know why my brain always considers her neutral. She does not have, no ability score increases. However, as a little notch to her availability, you can get Guardian of Waterdeep, where she may be used in any Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign when a patron is enabled regardless of restrictions. So there is a little boost to her availability through that feat. But baseline Vajra, she will not be available for. She will be available for Strahd with her massive intelligence, big ol' brain, and she will be available for Zariel with the strength and the charisma. However, being evergreen and released 1,370 days ago, I guess evergreen doesn't really matter in that scenario, but released too long ago for Elminster, however, is available for every Day 1 Trials restriction with a decent spread on her high ability score, which is good if you're running a magic team and you want to use her. You will always at least have access to her if you need that. Overall, pretty good availability, being locked out of Elminster and Vajra for patrons, and that's it, but having a feat that will at least allow her to be used in Waterdeep. Helpful for Elminster, yeah, if you need help in Elminster runs in Waterdeep. Bonds are too difficult of a bond for 2024, and now with glitch feats. Well, glitch feats helps bonds, though. Good time zone, everyone. How you doing, ye old dice goblin? B-, we'll see. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. You feel like that feat should be baseline. Now, it's true. I do feel like that with the whole vibe of like Vin Ursa and Nox, that it should just be a part of her kit, honestly. By the time you get that feat, you no longer need it. I mean, for Elminster, you will, but I think that's kind of its main use. Yeah. But yeah, I think she's good in her niche. As an overall champion, by today's standards, she's going to be lacking a little more so. Previously, we had her in the... There she is. She is in the B+ range, with a lot of those champions mostly representing like a flat B. Autism triggered ye is actually the old spelling of the when the letter was removed by Y, the TH sound. So every time I read that name, I trigger you. Ye. So yeah, she's probably going to take a little tumble. I do think she is good in her core design for what she should be used for is good. Overall to the game, how useful is that going to be? The problem is, that's why we chose Dadius, is there are a fair amount of magic users in the game. DPS, that if you focus them, she can be useful for. However, in the case of like Farida, you're probably using Mehen and Havilar. You're already down 2 magic users. If you're using... Excuse me. If you're using Prudence, most of her affiliation isn't magic users. If you're using Strix, which you probably won't be these days, but she's not bad. If you're using Strix, you're probably using her affiliation, which isn't full of magic users. If you're trying to gun for the new magic user Dirge, you're probably using Ceramorphosis stacks. There are issues with it. Unlocked the feat last night, not sure if you ever used her for anything but Ulkoria buffing. Yeah. You might have been used to pronounce the, but it's currently pronounced ye. Nixie at least only has Evandra as non-magic she can work. Yeah, that's not wrong. And that Nixie, you can likely build around Nixie having a 9+. But at the end of the day, that is still restrictive in that not only does she need magic, a lot of the magic users aren't naturally going to fit that 9+ spellcaster. You can make it work, and she does perform well. A decent buff, not the best buff, but a decent buff, while buffing positionals and reducing attack cooldown. Overall, her kit is good for that specific scenario. But it's very restrictive, yeah. And to get, yeah, and that's a fair point too, Kais, is while the buff isn't terrible, having to work that hard to get to a not terrible buff isn't the greatest. Maybe in a gym team, Jim can be used if he's your DPS, which again, I recommend him using him as a support over a DPS. But if you're using him as a DPS, he doesn't require his affiliation, but his affiliation does help a bit. Which again, isn't necessarily full of magic users. There are some, but... Nixie can occasionally cause you to lose a stack, just like Barrowin. What, when she becomes a pot? Is that what we're talking about? Which is a plant, yeah. I mean, if you're using Nixie as your DPS, she's not dealing damage at that point anyway, so whatever. But yeah. So dear C-, I see her at least staying in the C. Wow. My reaction was C+. I think she's gonna take a hit. Because I kind of see her almost tied with, like, Alindra, the way Alindra works. I think it's... my gut was to put her somewhere in this range. Because that's like the... This is the niche, but good in their niche bracket, you know? Ahead of Alindra. Yeah, I think she goes ahead of Alindra. Solok, There are more builds coming out for Solok, but she's kind of like a Solok, right? She is the magic base of Solok's ranged. Restricted buff that doesn't reach good numbers. Again, I think it reaches good numbers. Not the best, not great, but good while buffing positionals on top of that. Just above Solok because there are far more positionals and DPS magic champions. I mean, they both buff positionals, though, is the funny thing. Like, Solok is the ranged version of Ulkoria, honestly. And ranged has been popping off a bit more lately, with the likes of Crux and Venersa. There are more magic DPS than ranged DPS, and more magic in general. That is true. And she's evergreen, which is a boost over Solok as well. I can see her being above Solok for sure. I think Solok is eventually going to pop off harder, honestly, if they keep focusing on a few more ranged. But for now, I can see Ulkoria being ahead of Solok. There's something interesting coming soon. There's always something interesting coming. Yeah, and that's actually I don't know how I want it, because I do want to still do. We're kind of transitioning topics here briefly. We're not going to talk about the spoilers yet, but just thinking about my videos in the future, because I still want to do my scripted style of video when a new champion comes out. Would be so much easier to just do it live with everybody, though. But it wouldn't be the same quality in that. I think I do want to at least still maintain new releases to Idle Champions to be my... We'll definitely talk about the new champion when they come out. Solok is more useful in your opinion. At the end of the day, they affect different champions. A hard fall. Release the video, then have a stream, and we'll tell you. See, and that's kind of the thing, though, Caius, right? So no spoilers in the stream. I'm still deciding. I can enter the spoiler zone, and I'll talk about spoilers. I just don't necessarily know if I want them in chat for people who don't want them to look at them, you know? For now, we're going to focus on this stuff, though. Spoilers will be more of a thing in the future, I think, once we're done with the seats. But that's kind of the point, though, right, Caius? Because your video was wrong because you didn't bump Egbert to S tier. That's the thing. If we're going to talk about it anyway, and I could potentially be convinced, you know, to do some shuffling, it would be more beneficial to do a new release live on stream so we can all talk about it. But at the same time, I like being able to do my structured videos, so I don't know. Egg tier. But for now, I like this placement for Ulkoria. I can see an argument for a little bit of shuffling, but overall this is a decent placement. I think in the future Solok might, you know, scale harder than her, but we'll see. You can make the video after stream. Yeah, but then, I mean, I'm always going to be uploading my my VODs slowly because of YouTube, because YouTube is annoying to upload long videos to. It's just clunky in my mind that way to do it twice and maybe move it after I've already ranked it myself. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, when you release a video and we comment, yeah. We'll see. However, stream the Thursday, polished Friday or Saturday. Yeah, then that's kind of where I was probably going to go, Caius, as well. Do my little shameless plug. I hate doing that stuff. I really do. I'm not a sub now. I have a sub. I hate when I go into that. I intentionally leave out like saying, hit the like, sub, and bell at the end of the video. I've always hated that. It's hard for me to do that stuff. But yeah, I need to. Yeah, I mean, the plan right now is to do the original, how I normally do it, which is a, you know, I'll have to lock out all my free time on Wednesday to record, edit, upload, and then Thursday it'll be released. I'll be streaming right after or during its release, and we'll talk about the video on that Thursday, and we'll see what happens. But right now we're on seat 10, bruh. What's that looking like? Where we going next, boys? We've got Rosie, Barrowin, Havilar, Virgil, Wulfgar, Torogar, Yorven, and Astarian. Rosie. Rosie. Speedrun review. Let's see here. F tier next. All right, we're gonna do a little quick one of these. Speaking of the spoiler zone, that needs to be ahead of the chat, and maybe I'll just move it like. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh no, what did I just move? Ah! Oh no. Oh well. So plug your ears if you don't like spoilers. Look away if you don't like spoilers. We are going to mention a spoiler very briefly. Okay, spoiler. Rosie's on the docket to be reworked in the future. Not the next one, but in the future. Keep that in mind. Out of the spoiler zone. Woo! What did I move though in my... Did anyone notice? Maybe it was nothing. I moved something. You accidentally... the whole thing? She used to not have all champ DPS upgrade. Don't know if that changed. We'll take a look. I think we looked at her and she didn't? Or was that someone else? I mean, I know Deacon didn't, but... S tier, by S you mean poop? Yeah. Rosie tier next, Rosie tier below Z tier. You, to be fair... Oh, yeah. Old meme. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking. What did I move? What is this scene part that I moved? Oh no. Everything looks good until something else is gonna happen and then it isn't gonna look good. What did I move? Ah! Oh well, everything looks good right now. Whatever. Oh, I bet it was my tier list. I think it was the tier list. It just wasn't showing. Okay, that's what it was. Never mind. Okay, moving on. So Rosie, as she is now, let's take a look at that, Yeah, indeed, Rosie does not have any all-champion damage upgrades. So she is one of the few champions that does not have all-champion upgrades, which, as a DPS, isn't the worst thing. But that does mean if you're looking to just throw someone in to be a filler slot, she doesn't even work good as that. But she makes up for it with her amazing self-buffing. Amazing. So, Rosie, from the C-Team, which is a affiliation that needs love. All of them. She has Sassy. Increase the base damage of Rosie by 400% for each champion younger than her in the formation. So, you wanna just slot in a bunch of youngins, kinda like Grama. We'll just throw in some people. How old is she? 110. Woo-wee! Just gonna... I forget. Yeah, he's old. We'll throw in... Will. Whatever. Whatever. How old is Makos? 56, yeah. Just looking to fill up. And Lucy's young. We need 2 C-Team events back to back. Just give us 4 reworks in a row. Rosie and Vi should I mean, that's true. I should, how old is Vi, actually? 500, yeah, no. I should be putting her with Acquisitions Incorporated, all things considered, honestly. So let's do that. Her self-buff is additive, and her specializations are additive, even in a formation built around her. With her affiliation and younger female support, she's still not good. Yep, that's the overall problem with Rosie. The only good thing about the C team is buffing the A team, yeah, which you're not going to be using Rosie for. So, but we'll throw out some. We won't be putting out Vi though. Trying to think here. It doesn't matter. Just get out there. Where's Jim? Jim Bub. Get out of here, boy. Did she have synergy with Strix aside from their variant? Only in that they're tied through affiliations. Lips are so dry. I need to not live in such a dry place. Okay, who else are we throwing out here? We'll get certainty out there. Vi, we're looking to maintain people younger than her, and Vi is older than her, so we're not going to throw out Vi for this specifically. Because Sassy, we need one, or no, that's her max, 9, right. Only really that Strix can help buff up her first spec and her Grandma Mancy. So Sassy, the base damage of Rosie, increased by 400% for each champion younger than her in the formation. We have 9, that's the maximum. She can't be younger than herself. It is multiplicative, so it gets up to an E13. Not the greatest though. We're not talking, this should be a pre-stack if we're looking to keep her competitive by today's standards. It isn't. And then she has, well, we'll go into her specializations actually. We didn't look at Ulkoria's specializations, but that's okay. Ulkoria's specializations revolve around her ultimate, and they're much less important. Because I was just thinking, we didn't spam the respec pots for Ulkoria. Anyway, she can become matriarch or from the shadows. Rosie particularly enjoys grandmothering females younger than herself. So, in an ideal formation for Rosie, you would have females younger than her and stack that up as hard as you can. Or you can increase the effect of her shadow arts by a flat 300%. Sus. A little sauce. When work calls prevent you from joining the stream. Ah. But are you here now, P-Dog? Are you fully present? How you doing, P-Dog? So, yeah, I mean, ideally, you'd want to go matriarch, but can't always stack that up. But what is Shadow Farts? Oh, does that not actually... It doesn't show in our outgoing. Okay. Shadow Arts. Every 4th attack, Rosie does a whirlwind hitting all nearby enemies for her, percent of her base damage. I actually don't even know... Yeah, she does not have gear for that. So that will never scale that hard. I thought that had gear for some reason even. Yeah, she definitely needs work. 9 younger women is like the highest buff to her damage, and even then it's not great, yeah. And maybe, I guess we'll try to do specifically that. We'll look at her absolute peak. Women younger than her. What is her? Yeah, she doesn't have enough charisma for Nixie. We'll just go Thalora. Thalora scales with Whammon. Or, how old is Thalora? 27, okay. 9 younger women is the highest buff to your damage as well. Parada. Are you still gonna say that when I slot Diana? I hope not. So let's see. Karlach is pretty young, all things considered. I mean, she's in her 30s, right? Yeah, 30. Yeah. How old is Naomi? I mean, she's got to be under Rosie. Sentry? Fair. We already have Karlach, though. Blue, she's young. Certainty's young. How old is Evelyn? Evelyn? Whatever it is. We're gonna have to reposition here. Oh, but I can't. So we'll do someone else then, instead of Naomi. How old is Dynahair? 28. I mean, she's human. Yeah, I knew that. She don't look no Rosie age, bruh. Caddybury should work. Certainty, Evelyn, Strix. Yeah, we'll throw in Strix for sure. Is AOC different for Warforged? Bro. God damn it. I shouldn't have read that one out loud. Oh no, Rondo. Don't go down that rabbit hole. Nova Birdsong, yeah, we're full up. We'll see what it's looking like. So the matriarch is also stacked to 9. So again, we're looking at a self buff of 3 E13. When talking about Sassy, her main source of self damage buffing. Matriarch increased the effect of Sassy for every female champion in the formation younger than Rosie, so that's even with that fully stacked up as well. Again, if we're looking for a rework to Rosie to make her viable in today's, DPS meta, this would need to be pre-stack, and this would need to be a multiplier with a gear slot tied to it. If they do that, she will have potential. If Sassy becomes pre-stack and this becomes a scalable multiplier, we'll have something to work with. But as it is right now, but Walnut would add to her Busy Bee Stinger. Yeah, we'll look at Busy Bee Stinger, reduce the time between Rosie's attacks, and increase her damage by 400% for each C team in the formation. Again, this is counterintuitive, because if we're looking at the C team, only Walnut fits within the confines of being both female and younger than her. Cthulhu and Donner count against that. So there's a balancing act there, and that, yeah, you'll be increasing Busy Bee Stinger, but that will also negatively influence Sassy. You could just use Walnut if you want, but the problem there is, I'm like thinking, again, we went over Walnut, not the greatest champion. So restricting yourself to using Walnut in one way kind of hinders her as well. Tyredack reading a message. Tyredack realizing what he just read out. We need Grama synergy. I already forgot how old Grama technically is younger, right? But then grandmotherly love isn't as good on Rosie because Rosie is so old. So yeah, definitely all the grandmas kind of have counter synergy together. Vi, Tortle, Grama, and Rosie. That is interesting. Full grandmother crew, yeah. They don't really go together. But yeah, so she's restrictive in that wanting younger females, and even through that restriction isn't good as a DPS. Can we travel back in time and ask Justin what made you think the kit was viable? You think Strix has better multiplier and she is debuff based? Yeah, no, Strix is just a better champion as a whole. All three are very counter to one another, yeah. Grandmother war. Yeah, so at the end of the day, she does have Deflect Missile. Rosie deflects ranged magical attacks, targeting her or adjacent champions every 2.5 seconds. Every great once in a while, that can be beneficial. But as a whole, being a DPS only, you have to judge her for her DPS kit. This is her absolute self-damage buff peak. Gear's not going to scale her that hard. Again, if there's a rework on the horizon, hopefully Sassy becomes pre-stack, and Matriarch becomes a multiplier that has a gear slot. That will make her at least competitive with potentially other DPS. But we'll take a look at her availability. It's funny, uploading my videos to YouTube, the past VODs, because I always have music in the background, and I figure sometimes it's going to get copyright. You know, I'm not looking to make bank off my VODs on YouTube, but that's more just for the people who want them there. Nothing has been claimed yet as far as background music until Dire Docks from Mario 64. I thought it was funny that because I've used even other Mario 64 music that was never claimed, but specifically Dire Docks was. I wonder why, in the grand scheme of who owns the rights to that. So, grandmother formations. Time to throw Vlanya. She's apparently super old. Well, she's like an elf though, so old by elf standards is different. 530. Nintendo. Yeah, see, but Nintendo, they usually allow the music. Is the interesting thing, but yeah, for some reason, Dire Docs got claimed. Nintendo found you, and through their army of lords, again, usually the music they stay away from, and they stayed away from everything else except Dire Docs. So I'm guessing someone else has joint ownership, because I think it was Sony who claimed it, which, yeah, that's weird. Anyway, DM sort of grandpa, fair. BBEG is 500. Again, I don't think you can consider elves truly grandma or grandpa territory, you know? Because they just... maybe when they hit a little older than that. But yeah, so availability for Rosie. Again, keeping in mind she's a DPS. Before that, let's look. She does have an intelligence buff. But that is it. She definitely needs help in the feat department as well. She's kind of like Black Viper, in that she's a DPS with not a lot of feats going on. Even Astarian is pretty old, yeah. So let's dive overall into this. She is good, so she is available for Mert. She does not have the Constitution or a feat for it for Vajra. She does have that Intelligence feat for Strahd. She does not have enough Strength for Zariel. And she is so old, jokes aside, that she will not be available for Elminster. However, if there's a rework on the horizon, that'll change. But as far as Day 1 Trials restrictions go, she will not be available for Trials of Mount Tiamat, Strength restriction, and with that baby age strength. Everything else she will be viable for, though. So, overall, if she gets a rework, and she gets a strength feat, she will be in contending to be a potential DPS. Having that Day 1 lockout sucks as a damage dealer. However, she is primed for a +2 strength feat. Will she get it? Who knows? If she gets a rework, she'll be available for Elminster, and if she gets that strength, she'll be available for Zariel. Those are a lot of ifs. And as far as ranking her right now, that means she's pretty restrictive. Only available for Mert and Strahd with a feat, and locked out of Day 1 strength. Not good. Also vampire spawn, yeah. Grandmas often have feet issues. A lot of bunions. And Dungeon Master, oldest human confirmed. Dungeon Master isn't real. He's a figment of your imagination. Previously... this is one of those few we had all the way down. We're talking a DPS with bad numbers, with not good availability. What else can you say? And he's a unicorn. Very much a figment of an imagination. Of children on LSD. So as far as where we're ranking her now, she was F before. Nothing's changed yet. And, I mean, can we justify anything else? I mean, as far as like Ishii, Binwin, and Rosie go, we're talking just DPS that aren't good, that at this state of the game shouldn't really see any play. So what else can we do about that? Seductive DM isn't real, he can't hurt you. I don't know if I can find the GIF. I almost want to see if I can now. I have some funny DM GIFs from previous videos I've done. She can stack up Strix, Rosie, and Evelyn better than Ishii. And like, if she can stack them up, you are completely wasting a slot to do so. Because that means either she's your DPS or she's not buffing another person in the group. Still below Jammy Jam Jams. Well, we'll get to to Jamila later. That's correct, but the same goes for Ishii and Binwin. They're all in the bottom. I mean, are we really going to argue the placement of the last 3 champions, all DPSs who all suck? Here, there. We can do that just for you then. There you go. Are you Miss Torogar done? Oh, no, yeah. Oh, and yeah, as Kaya said, these are all the waiting room. We still got a lot of people to go over. Don't you worry about a thing. Rosie at the bottom of F, what a shocker. Torogar next. Just because Acquisitions Incorporated, I'll grant you, she can slide a little higher than Ishii and Binwin. But they're all the bottom of F, so, you know. Rough stuff. Oh, Torogar next, huh? We can do that. Toradar? Do you want to see the... Oh, Yorven after Torogar? We can do that. It is funny, every time I see Yorven, I forget that he's neutral. I always feel like he should be evil. Why am I leveling Vladia? Who cares? Get out. Get out. Get out here. Torogar. Torogar. The big question is, do we consider his bug making him a better support or not? That's kind of... it's the thing, right? We'll go over it when we get there, I guess. He's not evil, probably just has rabies. The cow. Moo. Torogar below nerds. We'll see. The strongest of boys. I mean, 23, I think he is the champion with the most strength in the game. The bug is older than your account. It's a feature now. Again, that is the problem, and we'll go over that. So, markings of a zealot. Whenever Torogar or an adjacent champion kills an enemy, Torogar gains a zealot stack. Torogar's damage is increased by a smaller amount for each stack he has collected, additively, but it persists. So you can just stack it up over time. It will persist, and it increases his current DPS by a baby amount. But then he gains Preach. Increase the damage of all other evil champions by an amount for each zealot stack. A higher amount, and that is additive. I actually forget where it shows the overall for that. Do I have to slot someone who's evil? Is that why? There we go. Worst affiliation would be better unaffiliated for Spurt Speak. He should be ranked for his current numbers, not some possible maybe future date. Huh? Early 2023? What are we talking about? Coffee 1 down. Coffee 2 started. And time to play with cup nipple. So yeah, the thing with Preach is, 1, it's getting, right now with my current stacks of, 33 milli, we're getting to a basically 1E13. Not the greatest, but not bad. Pretty much average. However, for some reason, it double dips. Don't know why, don't know how. Oh, it's a meme from, okay. See, we'll get to that in 2022. But, yeah. Okay. I gotcha. That's the funny thing is I'm very much detached from other things that happen within the world of this game. It's really hard to say whether he should be ranked on that or not. Because technically he probably shouldn't, right? There's no reason it should double dip. But for some reason it does. There's also the problem that he absolutely should be ranked on that. Because it's been in the game for so long, Yeah, because they even fixed Nova before fixing Torogar, which is confusing because that lasted long enough that it just felt like, okay, that's her mechanic now. If they reworked him, they'll boost his numbers anyway, probably? Probably. You feel like we should rank him on that because it's been so long until it's fixed, and that's fair. At this point, it is what it is, you know? So what can you do about it? That is how it works right now. It's actually similar to Nova. Maybe it's not a bug. It is. There is no evidence that it should double dip. There's no reason it should, other than the fact that it does. If there was something in his kit that insinuated it should, that would be different. But yeah. Kind of one of the problems with this too, as Torogar himself is a DPS and a support, he doesn't benefit from his own preach. Which is conflicting being a DPS, him not getting his own bigger number. So he sucks as a damage dealer. The only time he's probably going to pop off as a DPS is if you have no other real options and you've invested in him for an Artemis team, as I have. In those rare cases, he might be able to do some numbers. But as he cannot be affected by his own preach, that is an issue. But yeah, so I guess we will rank him based on that. It's just, I know it's a bug. I don't know why they've let it go for so long. But it's 2024 and preach still doesn't apply to Torogar and still double dips. Yeah, But he's not the main DPS of his affiliation, Arcanis, who also doesn't synergize with his buff. It is a problem. We went over the Dark Order with Kroll. He's like Caddy, being a better support than DPS, yeah. Does he really fit in an Artie team, or is he yours just because you have invested it so much with him? He is still good for Artie. Again, it's not positional. Preach is not positional. So is it technically ideal for an Artemis team? No. But as Artemis is evil, he gets the double dip from Preach. Torogar is a DPS, so any buff on Torogar will be observed from, and Torogar can be positioned anywhere. That is the main reason I still use Torogar, is that we have gotten so many positionals that have become probably meta for Artemis that are just annoying to use. I just prefer free slotting Torogar. He's more of a Kron support. Yeah, he's great for Kron, great for... I still think he's good for Artemis. I do. Can be used with Warduke, but Warduke wants positionals to scale off of. I think Warduke is more affected than Artemis. Because Torogar also has the high dexterity to be observed from Hunter's Pack on Zorbu, and the ideal Artemis formations these days are lacking in those, but was used for Warden back in the day. Yeah, Warden as well. Any evil DPS can benefit from Torogar. In a severe restricted run, you might even buff Dirge with Torogar if you're going evil with Dirge. Not going to be ideal again because there's a Ceramorphosis in Seed 10, but restricted runs, you never know. So yeah. We'll look at his availability though, because we'll go over Blood Rage. Whenever Torogar Zealot stacks reaches a multiple of 50, Torogar enters a Blood Rage for 45 seconds. While active, if Torogar fails to kill an enemy, he adds a Mark of Tiamat to them, increasing damage taken from all champions. And at several Zealot stacks levels, Blood Rage gains additional benefits. I can't talk. Zealot stack bonuses, 250. Mark of Tiamat stuns enemies for 2 seconds, 2,500. Torogar adds a small AoE to his base attack at 50% damage, 25k. Enemies with Mark of Tiamat have their attack cooldown increased by 1 second, 250k. Torogar reduces his base attack cooldown by 1 second, and at the 2,500,000 mark, damage bonus from Mark of Tiamat is increased multiplicatively. He does have Dark Order synergy, but as we talked about with Kroll again, the Dark Order is one of the worst affiliations out there because it is designed entirely around buffing Arkan. Arkan is buffed by positionals. He increases positionals. Kroll and Torogar both offer no positional. It just doesn't make sense. Toro... Oh, yeah. Yeah, enemy. It debuffs enemies' pills. Yeah, yeah. He has 300% per Minotaur. Yeah, I mean, it is worth mentioning the legendary, but if they ever add another Minotaur, his legendary will be the best. Yes, but I think I have at least one. Let's just take a look. Melee. Oops. Yeah, I haven't fully leveled Torogar yet. I don't know if I even have... I want to... Go away. Let's see if I have one. I have not finagled with him enough to care about... There's the Minotaur one. So, it's the best now? Technically, yeah. But at the same time, it would scale better with more Minotaurs. But... Increase the damage of all champions by 300% for each Minotaur champion in the formation is one of his legendary potentials. And it at 300% is the highest scaling. But at the same time, I think people put too much into that. Is it a higher scaling? Yes. If we had another Minotaur, would it be additive with itself? Yeah. But, as you can see, I have this leveled to 18. We're getting an 3E7. I have, let's see. I mean, there's 19. It's less, sure. But we're talking numbers so close that it's not a crazy difference. If you have nothing else to do with your scales and you know you're going to use him, sure, you could reroll to get every Minotaur. But it doesn't scale super hard. The most important thing with legendaries is to get them affecting your DPS. And if you have nothing else to do with scales after that, sure. But we're talking 2E7 for me to, which one was it? This one? To 3E7. You know. And again, yes, if we had a Minotaur, that would be additive with itself, but not multiplicative. Each legendary separately is a multiplicative buff. But when we're talking within itself, that is an additive contain. So, your scales are better invested in leveling up legendaries, yeah. Applying as many legendaries to everyone as possible, and making them all count for your DPS and leveling them up all take precedence over re-rolling something like the Minotaur buff. That is the last thing you want to try to focus on with your scales. So, yeah, it's worth mentioning, but I don't think it's worth... That is not like a tier in a tier list rank buff by any stretch, in my opinion. I'm guessing you meant Minotaur over Monitor. But yeah, a glitch Minotaur would be beneficial to Torogar, absolutely. A Monitor. But yeah, all things considered, Torogar's affiliation has decent champions within it in a way, but is garbage as an affiliation. As a DPS, he falls behind because he's not affected by his own Preach. Again, as you can see right now, Preach doesn't show you anything unless someone is being affected by it. Artemis is out. Oh, it's a 9E12. You remove Artemis. Oh, it's doing nothing. Why he's not affected by his own Preach? I don't know. That's weird. If they ever look at Torogar, they will probably make him be affected by his own Preach, but make Preach positional and stop it from double dipping, is what I'm guessing they'll do with him. But I don't think he's on the docket for any time in the future, so a glitches monitor on a gnome, another monitor, or kobold would be hilarious if it didn't change their height. Yeah. What gnome would become Minotaur? That would be kind of funny, though. So yeah, bad affiliation with, I mean, there are champions that are good in the affiliation, but a lack of synergy within the affiliation. Troubles being a DPS, but does double dip on his buff. 4 evil champions, but as it's only evil, that's restrictive. And it's not positional. He's a weird one, but his ultimate is worth mentioning too. Torogar lowers his head and rushes at a random distant enemy, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. The fire deals damage over time, but it will also proc his blood rage. So, let's look at his availability. I guess we could go to that. Vi monitor. Minotaur. Yeah, Vi would be a funny one. If you reroll, do you keep your invested levels? Yes, you absolutely do, Parada. Fixes things even when it's spelled correctly. You did not mean Minotaur, you idiot. You wanted to say monitor. Yeah, so let's look at his availability. He is evil, so he will be available for Mert. He has a 14 con naturally, so he will be available for Vajra. Let's look. Yeah, his feats are lacking, and he does not have any ability score increases. Which means his crappy int and crappy wisdom definitely hurt him. The intelligence keeping him out of Strahd. However, he will be available for Zariel with his massive strength and good charisma. But he was released 1,336 days ago and will not be available for Elminster. And with day 1 trials, that crappy int and wisdom keep him locked out of those two. But he is available for the rest. So, available for 3 out of 5 patrons and locked out of 2 of the 6 day 1 trials. Average to slightly below average because of the rough trials. Not the worst, but definitely not the best. And he's restrictive in buffing. He's kind of clunky, but he double dips. He's a weird one. He really is. In the scenarios he's good, he's good. Those scenarios are minor. Not the greatest availability, bad affiliation, synergistically speaking. Previously, we had our boy in the C+, because of all these problems. In the scenarios he's good, but he has problems. Let's take a look at the current list. Boof. Where's our boy going? Oh. Never take Torogar to a Mexican restaurant. He double dips for the salsa. Toro's reworked here. Nah, I don't think he dips like to a D, but I can see him going to C-. Below nerds. I think below nerds as well. Like nerd's not good on his own, but some specific uses, yeah. And while with the champions we have, he might not be considered the meta for Artemis, I do still think he's good for Artemis. And he can be used in a few formations. But he's weird. He really is. Behind Drizzt, I still think people with like gold find or unique mechanics will probably still take a place over him. I see Deacon over him. I see Gazric and potentially even Ellywick over him. I was thinking just, whoop, not that. That is not what I was thinking. I was thinking just ahead of Morgan, just behind Ellywick. That's kind of what I was thinking. I personally find a lot of use for Torogar, but that is a personal thing, and I admit that. I just like his ease of slotting in a Artemis formation when a lot of formations have become rough to use a lot of those wonky positionals for the meta. You think C+ next to Brunner? I think Brunner has since gotten better than his previous rank, and I think before we had them like side by side. Pretty close to each other at least. Caius, I try to remain objective even though I use things that might not be meta. Not always, but I try to. You would argue directly behind a nerds. Toro's highs are way better than everyone in C- and probably than C+. It's true, with his double dipping the people he is good for, he's pretty good for. But at the same time, there's problems with the people he's good for. In that, you know, an Artemis, he's not positional. A Warduke, he's not positional. A Dirge, he's not Ceramorphosis. No problems with Krond, but... Except nerds, he's literally has to go behind nerds. His use is the same. I disagree, Caius. Torogar has broader use than nerds. Again, usable for... I mean, nerds is not used for Krond at all. So, I don't think that's necessarily true. I do think there are more problems these days with... Oh man, it's close though. Nerds is used in Willy Wonka. Caius, go to your room. But yeah, nerds is evergreen, and that is important. Willy Wonka, a DPS who scales based on dead children in the formation. So Spurt, that's all he scales off of. It is a thinker. You think you just value Torogar's highs more than you dislike his lows? I can see, and I'm in the same camp. I actively use him in my Artemis team. Spurt, I am not a children. Spurt's 11 days old. You're stuck on using him in Artemis because you're old and set in your ways. I don't know if that's true for Lediath or not, but his ease of positioning more benefits my Artemis team than using some of the more rough positionals depending on the formation. You'd say tail end of A-. That's too high. Dead Kid Saturday Morning Squad. Well, they're not technically dead in game. But again, the most optimized version of the formation nerds is in and Toro is not. I have never and will never base a champion's worth based on if they are in the singular considered meta or not. I think that is a faulty way of thinking. Also Astarian. Willy Wonka, I guess, yeah, Belushi technically is... How old is Belushi again? She would be... She's like... I don't remember. I gotta look now. Not there. Yeah, 12. Okay. So yeah, she would count as a dead kid. Yeah, Starian's an old boy. I'm trying to measure my value of Torogar against an objective value of Torogar, and it's hard for me because personally I would rank him higher, but that I'm trying to weigh it against my personal taste. The D&D TV show was the first time you heard the theory, they're already dead, that people in the internet use. That them prancing around in D&D land is just the afterlife. Alignment-based E20 buff, isn't that C+ territory? For raw numbers, Yeah, and that's what I'm struggling with, right? Initially, I wouldn't have rated him on the double dipping because I legitimately thought it would have been fixed by now, honestly. Because it's not supposed to work that way, all things considered. But it still is, and they haven't fixed it and have, as far as I know, have not spoken about it at all. Fair enough, you don't even disagree. But given his support, arguably more use than Ulkoria. I think a lot of people cling to Ulkoria in the same way people like me and apparently Lediath cling to Torogar. I think that's actually pretty close. See, and again, even with that, Caius, I don't necessarily agree. I think Torogar's useful for any evil DPS, potentially, outside of Artemis. Whereas Nerds is almost exclusively, are they your DPS or are you using Artemis? It's either Folk Hero or Artemis with Nerds. You can use Tar for Lae'zel, Art, Prudence, Kron, Fen, Duke, Dirge, and Arkin. Yeah. Again, not the best for a lot of them is the problem, but usable at least. Because definitely not ideal for Artemis, or Duke, or Dirge, or Arkin. And Art, Kron, and Duke are considered some of the best in the game, yeah. Preach scale's great, but doesn't affect himself, and his self-buff is awful. C+. At best equal. I personally see Torogar at least in a C+. Does that argument then lend to Nerds rising to C+ as well and keeping them hand in hand almost? How about that? Do they both get to the end of C+, and we all hold hands and agree? How about that? What do we think of that? And then you can interject whether they should be behind or not. What do we think of that? Better, you think, Lazy? You want to see Torogar riding with the Nerds in their cart? We all hold hands and agree. You're on the wrong stream for that. Not wrong, Parada, not wrong. You're fine with it. Besides availability, you think Nerds are generally useful? Nerds works in 2, maybe 3 formations. Toro works in any evil formation. Works for, but is not ideal. I think that needs to be considered and taken a hit against. Most of those evil DPS benefit from different things that he does not offer. I love spelling Nerds that way. Use system all day one. Yeah, Nerds does suck for obviously any patron other than Elminster. It's true. Torogar does not have great availability though. He's locked out of 2 day ones and 3 patrons? 3 patrons? I forget already. Yeah, locked out of 2 patrons and 2 day ones. His availability isn't the best either. Tar, with 150 item levels, was your bud setter over Dirge near Evandra 1600? Yeah, as Lediath said, are you sure you weren't good? Unless you just didn't have a good Dirge setup at all, and you've super invested in Torogar, legendary-wise. But at 150 item level, I doubt you have. So yeah, that sounds like Dirge was set to good to me. Yeah, Caius. I know what you're saying. I think they are arguable back and forth. I think C+ needs to be filled in a little more anyway, too. And I can see both of them getting into the C+ tier. Nerds is in every day one trials. I think that's what they were saying, Caius. Oh yeah, no, if Nerds wasn't day one trials, I would take a hard stance against them. If you could only boost your DPS in a, no patrons and no day ones, Nerds would be useless. But, yeah. I think it's one we might go back to and look at more. But I can see them both climbing to a C+ by today's standards. Looking at who is beneath them in the C-. It is one I'm still thinking through in my head, though. We'll come back to him. Bruh. I think we had Yorven. Had a quarter on the table. Interesting, but rough. Yorven. The murder bunny. The bunny. Came out at kind of the peak of click debuff. When people hated click debuff, I never did. And was chaotic to be able to be slotted with a chaotic debuff team and is a debuffer himself. He makes Artie immortal. He can. He does have shenanigans. You really want to like the oversized Vorpal bunny, but you don't. When I first saw him coming to the game, I was like, oh, tight. But yeah, unfortunately. So we'll go over his kit though. Blood Fury Tattoo. As a barbarian / druid, each time Yorven attacks during Ferocious Maul, his auto attack, which will make him leap to the nearest enemy, pinning them in place and attacking it once a second for 5 seconds. Each stack causes them to take more damage from all sources, stacking multiplicatively. The post-stack value is increased by an additional amount, lower. The debuff lasts for 2 seconds, but the timer refreshes when it's reapplied per attack. So overall, throughout the duration, it's going to last for that 5 seconds and then 2 seconds after. And he doesn't work as a dodge tank even if his attack speed is capped. Yeah. A hard debuffer, but he does do more with Infectious Fury. Enemies that Yorven has attacked take more damage from all champions when they are attacking the formation. Yeah, so it's a little rough in that you need to be attacked to then have that come online. So yeah. But another means of debuffing. Danger Sense, however, is where you can get some shenanigans to come online. Sorry, Krydal, not Avandra. You thought you had Dirge. Oh, I see what you mean. Krydal's 1600, yeah. Thought you had Dirge Evil, which is why Toro was there. Maybe not. Yeah. In almost no scenario do I see Torogar at a lower item level with no legendaries taking over Dirge. In that scenario, either you did have a lot of legendaries that just weren't affecting Dirge and Torogar instead, or didn't have him evil. Mathematically, that doesn't add up. But yeah, I would just have to see it, you know. Could be used to make Artemis a tank. Yeah, we'll go into that. Because he can't be damaged while attacking. He's back long enough to die between attacks. Entrees also makes Artemis a tank. He has 6,300% Legos. But are those legendaries rolled to where they can affect Dirge? Do you see what I'm saying? But, yeah, so Danger Sense champions adjacent to Yorven take less damage from all attacks, and Yorven gains a damage boost for 10 seconds when this ability effectively lowers the damage of an enemy attack. So that's meant to be the way you do allow your formation to come under attack, right? It's on the lower end, but there are ways to scale it. Or had a really messed up formation that accidentally stacked buffs on Tor instead of Dirge, and that's a possibility too. Yeah, I would just have to see who you were using, what your formation was, all that stuff. But, so there are some shenanigans you can do, like, if we're looking to make Artemis a tank, you know, you would put Valentine adjacent to Yorven, and then have a bunch of DPS around Yorven. We're just gonna throw people in there, just for the sake of making it pop in. We're not making an actual formation here. I don't know. I don't care. Fen, sure. I don't want to think. I just want to do. Arguing for more stacking? We could, but does it show the raw number on the incoming effect? I think it does. Where are you? Danger sense. So, Artemis takes less damage from all attacks, observing on all the DPS, with Valentine buffing it. Current reduction E24. So he can reduce damage by up to E24 at this state. And again, we could throw in like Arkan and Black Viper. Well, no, Black Viper wouldn't work because it's not Druid or Barbarian. That's false. But you could do Arkan on the side here to observe from Fen to then also increase it. We'll throw in, since we were talking about nerds, we'll just throw in nerds to get another DPS in there. And now that we look at it, we're looking at E33. So that's a huge, huge amount of just flat damage reduction, but this is in the specific scenario of Artemis observing it. And if you're doing something like this, you're not setting up probably an ideal formation to deal damage. However, this can come into play in scenarios where you're taking big group damage, or for some reason you just need to take a hit. Yeah, like Kaya said, super good against breath attacks and trials, which I personally just set up a Cridal formation for to evade, but this is another option. I don't remember how far did I push? 18. So we'll just, I mean, at this point, in this formation, I probably won't be killing anything. Hell yeah. Hey, thank you for the Prime sub, Black Widow. How you doing? I appreciate that. So, in zone 1800, he's getting slapped. And that's just getting hard absorbed. Even though Artemis's HP is only at an E7, he's able to take hits up to... wherever it went, I lost it. There it is, up to an E33. Wait, if Cridal evades a breath attack, does the whole group not take damage? No, it's still full AoE and everyone rolls that hit separately. So everyone else will likely die, but Cridal will keep evading just a raw breath attack, and he'll keep applying his Bud Bomb damage to the boss to whittle them down based on your damage. Or you could have Bud Potions up. You personally just run Bud Armor Shred in the last 3 relevant zones if it doesn't hit 2k in the background, yeah. You can Bud Spike and then Arty Tank, but that's a pain, yeah. There's multiple ways, but yeah, so this is, generally speaking, Danger Sense isn't gonna save your ass at all, but with Artemis, you can do this heavy scaling. I keep losing it, there it is. That is a hefty hit to be able to tank on someone who has low HP, but it is shenanigans. The kind of shenanigans CNE might nerf one day by making it non-positional or something. But, yeah. So, that is something to at least keep in mind. So, meme tier, got it. But yeah, so we're looking at... he's debuffing 100%, which scales multiplicatively, which isn't the highest, and then is post-stack buffed by a lower amount. With the debuff, we'll apply another low-end debuff once your formation is under attack against the things he's attacked, and offer Danger Sense. We will look at his specializations, though. Get those potion emotes! So, you will choose simply between Hunger for Blood or Eldritch Claw Tattoo. If an enemy dies while Yorven is attacking it with Ferocious Maul, Yorven gains an additional attack and begins attacking another enemy. So, as long as you're actively killing what he's debuffing, he will just attack again. Or, you will give him some Bud damage. Each time Yorven attacks during Ferocious Maul, Eldritch Energy shoots out and zaps a different enemy, dealing damage based on the amount of health Yorven's target currently has, capped by your Bud. This did have double dipping. I don't remember if it does anymore. Does anyone know? I actually haven't kept up with Yorven at all. You could technically make this Bud scale a little higher before. I don't know if that's still a thing though. Does anyone know? Does Eldritch still double dip at all? Wait for a bit to see if anyone knows, because I just don't remember if that got patched out or not. Does no one know? Oh no! Because I don't remember. You could make this bud dip, though. I don't know if it still does, unfortunately, but... Being that Yorven is nowhere on the average running map or bud, I don't think it does. No clue. You're learning about Yorven today, Caius. Yeah, he really was affected by the time of his release. He was literally designed to go into a chaotic click debuff team. That was like his entire role, honestly. He is a DPS, so if you do set him up with Artemis, Artemis will at least observe off of him. He doesn't work great as a DPS. His scaling is terrible for self-DPS buffs. He is meant to be a debuff team. That's it. Yeah, Me too. One of his specializations is only useful for unlocking his achievement, otherwise you'd never pick that. Is it just to attack multiple times? I forget what his achievement is. Oh, I don't remember what... I don't remember what he was tied to either. Ooh. Crap. I don't remember what event he was tied to. You gotta chain attacks and kill things? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, generally speaking, you're gonna take the bud. It used to double dip. I don't think it does anymore. But it did used to, if you had other debuffs, that bud would then dip off the debuffs as well. Scaling off the bud and double dipping then. It doesn't look like it does, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. To that I cannot attest. Cimrel, was it Cimrel? We'll take a quick look. Why not? Yeah, there he is. Have Yorven attack and kill 20 enemies in one attack, yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason you would take that other specialization, more than likely. So yeah, he's a weird one. What was useful for his time very briefly, because he was such a weird time, because it felt like that's also when they started transitioning out of focusing it all on click debuff. He was like the last little sprinkle, and even then, his numbers aren't great. But yeah, so especially considering debuffs have been kind of a point of being knocked down the tier list these days. Where did we put him? We put him, I think, C? The best thing about him was 5 hits for freely. Yeah, and that's the thing, again, he was made to be a debuffer. Being chaotic for freely was helpful, hits 5 times, and debuffs as he's attacking, and while he's attacking is applying freely's debuff. Although a common misconstruction even back then was that a champion can afflict, which is the debuff, cornucopia? Yeah, opportunity cornucopia, the target takes more damage. A lot of people thought the same champion could apply that multiple times. I don't think that was ever the case, ever. It's just each champion can apply it once. A lot of people thought, and maybe initially he did. I don't think so, though. I could be wrong on that. But that was either fixed very quickly or was never the case. But yeah. It was an effective way to get it applied, though. Do you think he also applies the debuff with his bud damage? Oh, you're saying... Okay, yeah. Yeah, he can apply debuffs with his bud hit, yeah. But I think his bud used to double dip. I think they fixed most double dip things, though. But yeah, so... Oh, I pulled up freely and I'm looking at his cornucopia debuff, but you guys can't see that. But yeah, at any rate, we had him in the C+ tier, as he was still useful for debuff. Not the best, but still useful. And he still has unique shenanigans with his danger sense and is a debuffer. He's not a waste, but you're probably never gonna pick him over other things. more likely than not. Where are we? Well, let's look at his availability. We haven't done that yet. Yorven. So, as he is neutral, he is not available for Mert. He does naturally have 14 Constitution for Vajra. He does have, I believe, only the Charisma. Yeah, only a Charisma ability score increase, but even with that, or not with that, rather, he will be available for Zariel, but his intelligence will always be too low for Strahd. He is still on the cusp of being available for Elminster. 895 days release, so he still has a bit of time. Not a lot, but a bit of time left for Elminster. And yeah, for Danger Sense, I also had a Danger Sense feat equipped, so that is one reason it was also scaling that high. And as far as Day 1 Trials goes, his low intelligence will keep him out of that. So, unfortunately, he will not be available for one of the Day 1 Trials, but overall, with feats, you can make him available for 3 of the 5 patrons. But he will be phased out of Elminster before too long, and available for 5 of the 6 Day 1 Trials. So, I didn't have it shifted to availability. That's my bad. Low C- tier still useful for debuff, as if that mattered. You still use click debuff for background teams sometimes, yeah. I mean, there's still uses for debuff and click debuff, especially depending on where you are at with the game. These days, however, would I recommend ever unlocking Yorven over someone else to further your actual pushing team or gold team or speed team? Probably not. Yeah. I thought I hit the availability scene. That's unfortunate. So yeah. And this is another case of Biteglow saying he cannot be available for Zariel. I think that's just because he's so unused. But with his Charisma feat, he will be available for Zariel. So yeah. Good evening. Hello, 7 Kate. How you doing? Good evening. As far as where Yorven's gonna go. Yeah, I don't think C- is wrong at all, Caius. I don't think he dips to D. But he's always been a little rough. And his niche usefulness was more important when he was released. Not so much now by today's standards. Bottom of C-. I mean, I at least see him here. At least. Somewhere in that range, at least. You're fine with that? I think somewhere in that range. What's everyone else thinking of that? I mean, again, he has no, hard multipliers. He had the 5 hits of 100%, increased by an E4, and if you're if you're under attack, another E6. Whoa. Am I super invested in him? No, but he has no good scaling either. No argument for me, ye old dice goblin. You would move him past the base champions, but I don't hate that. See, but that's the thing. You're probably going to get more use out of core champions on your account than Yorven. I foresee people using Nayeli and Calliope over Yorven in many scenarios. And Makos, for that matter. You've never tried click debuff? Why is it not used anymore? Does it just not stack up to the current main DPS output? Yeah, pretty much. With heavy leveled legendaries and the raw buffing output of a lot of champions these days, you can just scale past click debuff, where click debuff was generally the wall you would reach at that point in the game. It's just not as important as it used to be. You can still utilize it, but you generally can just scale damage better now. Let's get this up a little inky. There we go. Looks fine to you. He was the newest champ when you started. He confused your new brain and it didn't get better. Yeah, he was a little weird. A lot of people also didn't think he did work for click debuff with both of his debuffs, but he does. They're just kind of hard to set up. So, oh yeah, oh wow, I haven't thought about that in a while. There used to be someone who kind of ranked people that stopped quite a while ago. What was her name? Oh wow. Very, very popular on the... Yeah, Silisa, there we go. Thank you, Kalkra. Yeah, she did not like Yorven, if I recall correctly, and didn't think he added to the click debuff fully, but he did. It was just harder to test. Yeah, I liked looking up Silisa guides back because that was before... I think she quit roughly when I started making videos for Idle Champions. Which was, at this point, like 2 years ago? I don't even know. Time goes, and then I'm old, and then I'll die. Yeah, I haven't thought about her in a while. We were theorizing reverse debuff formations, which you're excited to try out. Define reverse debuff formation for me. My brain went to like 3 different things of what you mean by that. In addition to all other reasons, like it's not very efficient anymore, it's laggy. Yeah, debuffs tend to bog down the game for sure. You start with something like normal power formations, Artemis Krond, etc. Set Bud and use Fire Breath. Okay, yeah. That is an interesting concept too. Switch back to debuff, yeah. Get a heavy Bud spike, use that Bud to benefit from the debuff, yeah. Is where they debuff whilst walking to the left. Where would you keep track of the click debuff's benefit of being debuffed, though? Can you track its damage? I guess you could just look at the physical number you're clicking for. That's fair, yeah. On the actual battlefield. I was just thinking, is that the only way you can track that, doing it that way? Is there another way that I'm not thinking of? Probably the only way, yeah, okay. Or look at enemy health. Yeah, but if you're one-shotting them, you're gonna need to know what your overall output is. It won't be reflected in the Bud, yeah, it won't be with click damage. I was just thinking if there was any other mechanic you could be looking at for that, but I don't think there is. Interesting, yeah. I remember tinkering kind of with that a little bit, and then I just didn't. But yeah, I just kind of switched to getting a debuff team and swapping to my Bud spike, and then having my Bud benefit from that. You could do both though. Do sticky debuffs, set your higher Bud, switch back to click debuff, Fire Breath. Yeah. Anyway. So, let's see what we have left here. Let's get some familiars out. There's too much gold on the ground. Clean it up. Alright. We have Barrowin, Havilar, Virgil, Wulfgar, and Astarian. Yeah, lots of weird interactions we can exploit. See, and even then, at that point, I wouldn't consider those exploits. Those are just mechanics in the game. To me. Astarian, then Wulfgar. We can go over Astarian and lead into Wulfgar. A lot of decent champions left at this point. Astarian being one of them. Part of the absolute adversaries, therefore part of a very popular team right now, from the Baldur's Gate 3 crew. Something a lot of teenage girls are obsessed with. Too many people have Astarian goon caves. So, one thing to note with Astarian is he is a vampire spawn, counting as dead. This will matter for, I can't think of his name, Desmond, there we go, wow. This is important for Desmond, as he scales off dead champions, so he is one of the deadies alongside Blue Sheep, Spurt, Veronica, likes of that. However, his main buff comes from his specialization. So let's get these specialization pots ready, because we got to look at that early. Very popular with the female I can fix him crowd. He ascends even that, though. The level of which people are obsessed with Astarian is something to be studied. So, early on, you will pick whether he is going to buff the top edge of your affiliation or the bottom. Meaning, in this formation, the top or the bottom. And those are the only positions he buffs. But yeah, so you're just going to choose whichever your DPS is, or whichever your, Valentine is if you're using Valentine in your DPS. And that is actually a problem with Valentine within that affiliation, is almost every time, if you're using Valentine, you have to choose whether your DPS or Valentine is being affected by Lae'zel or Astarian. Because you can almost never get into a scenario where Valentine can be buffed with your DPS by both Astarian and Lae'zel. So for example, in this situation, if I want Dirge to also be affected by Astarian, I can't then be affected by Lae'zel and vice versa. So there is a bit of anti-synergy there, but that's only with Valentine, who is not a part of the affiliation, but still, something to consider. Yet another champion whose problems are fixed by... Not fixed, though. Not necessarily fixed. Because you want your DPS to already have the buff as well. Because that problem only comes from slotting Valentine. Because you can... If we weren't considering Valentine, he would just be in both of their range. Generally, you want Valentine to be receiving the buff, not your DPS. But you want your DPS to have them all to begin with. The choice is hit Valentine. If you hit Valentine, it's the same as hitting the DPS. Yes, but if you're using Valentine, you do want your DPS to already have it. It's not a bad problem to have, it's just not ideal for scaling, is my point. The problem is more with Shadowheart than Astarian. I actually disagree with that. But the problem with Astarian comes in that he's not a DPS, and if you're not using Valentine, you want Dirge to be ult buff isn't really buff, huh? Invoke Duplicity? Yeah, Astarian will generally always be the Invoke Duplicity, and if you're not using Valentine, that means you have to have Dirge adjacent to Astarian, which is unfortunate, but again, in the scenario of using Valentine, you can get around that, but yeah. But we're just talking about Astarian. Let's just get the core group out here. Might as well get all of the core absolute adversaries out. Who am I forgetting? Gale, right. Gale and Dirge. Or not Dirge, just Gale at this point, yeah, right? Am I tripping? Let's see. Saying the added functionality to his ult isn't a buff. Him using his ult does buff. That's why I'm a little confused at what you're saying. But we'll go into that. I see. I see what you're saying. I see the time reduction. Astarian just needs to be in his chosen column for the time reduction, not the DPS, if that's what you're saying. But we'll go into the rest of everything. So his second specialization pick, we'll just go. Usually I go top for my formation. We'll go top and I'll just rearrange because I do want to showcase something else. But then you choose what his additional buff to the group will be after that. Time reduction is pretty good though, since Karlach's ult is... Yeah. But you will choose to have him become a really good gold find, where he increases the gold find of the party for each gold find champion in the formation. So if you're running a gold farm, you take that, you're probably going to have a full formation of gold finders, so this will be stacked to 10. and he then becomes a better gold finder than Ellywick, as we were saying before. Or, if you're looking to pump the best buff numbers he can, you'll take Arcane Trickster, increasing the damage bonus of his outflank specialization choice for each champion in the formation that is a rogue, wizard, or absolute adversary. So if you're using him with the absolute adversaries, which you often probably are, this will always have a pretty good stack, and you will then get more stacks for rogues and wizards. And as we're talking about, I mean, potentially Dynahair is a wizard from the Ceramorphosis feat category, so potentially an increase there, but that all depends on what formation you use. And Assassin, where he can increase the bonus bud damage of his sneak attack, to 5 seconds worth, which I guess we didn't talk about. Astarian attacks a random target, dealing massive damage if the enemy was recently attacked. But that is to be noted as a ranged attack. Keep that in mind. That is important for some ranged mechanics, but he is a ranged attacker with his dagger. So that is always something to think about. As he is from the absolute adversaries, he does have Ceramorphosis, gaining 1 Ceramorphosis stack, and increasing his outflank for each Ceramorphosis stack, stacking multiplicatively. He is one of the pre-stackers with Ceramorphosis, so this is an important scaling. And then his generational wealth, Astarian increases the gold find of the formation without having to take the gold find specialization, multiplied by the total age of all champions in the formation. If the Dark Urge is in the formation, the effect of the ability is increased by 100%. This is interesting because Dirge does not naturally interact with age mechanics, so this is a way to make the Dark Urge also count for it. Ranged evil positional, but doesn't work with Warduke in one tank formations like this one. Yeah, you then have to move Warduke to be afflicted by outflank, because if Warduke is in a single slot column like the front of this formation, we'll just throw him out there to showcase it. No matter what you do in this scenario, if he's in this spot, this counts as top and bottom. So if it's being inverted, he will still get hit by it no matter what, as it's both top and bottom. So if I'm top, now we need to put him somewhere like here, right? So that is a not great synergy with Warduke, depending on the formation. But yeah, why did I click Will? It is interesting they added the Dark Urge synergy, since the Dark Urge is not generally affected by age mechanics. However, Well-Fed is an important part of his ultimate. After using Sanguine Hunger, which is his ultimate, that has a lower cooldown of 15 seconds with my, if you cap the ultimate attack reduction, there it is. He will increase his outflank, his main damage buffing, multiplicatively stacking up to 5 times. But that will reset when you change areas. However, he also has the ultimate outflank, where if Astarian is buffed by his own outflank, when he uses Sanguine Hunger, he reduces the active ultimate cooldown of all other champions. So with his ultimate, he will both buff his buff and reduce other people's ultimate cooldown if he is also afflicted by outflank. So in this scenario, I believe we took top. He's now being affected by it. And every time we use his ultimate, we'll just throw in dirges. It's a minute 19, boom, we use Well-Fed, and it reduced it right there. Not a huge reduction, but a reduction nonetheless. And as it's a quick cooldown, it will just keep doing that. So boom, it'll reduce it again, blap. You can see a little animation to the side. If we have multiple ultimates, it's probably easier to see. So you'll see a little red mark afflict those, boop, that little puff of red. There are feats for that too. Yeah, we'll look at his feats as well. I don't even know what I have him on right now. Yeah, the effective ultimate, Astarian's the ultimate outflank, Well-Fed, yeah. What are the rest of... He actually... Oh, I never got that. Oops. I don't know how I missed that one, but have it now. So yeah, you have a lot of options with his feats, actually. You can focus on his Ceramorphosis, which is pre-stack scaling, which is good if you're running AA. You can increase his gold find if you're running him exclusively for gold. You can increase his well-fed, his ultimate outflank, and his just flat outflank. Yeah, so you have a lot of options with him depending on what you're using him for. But as far as like, let's look at what his, where is that Ceramorphosis? Let's get that over the ultimate outflank for this. So yeah, outflank, Ceramorphosis, we'll run that. So we'll remove all of the AA for now to showcase what he's at just one Ceramorphosis. We have well-fed at 5, so he's used 5 ultimates in this area. That's not terribly hard to do. You might not always get to 5, depending on, where you're at in your run, but you can at least get a couple tags with a potential 15 seconds on his ultimate. Isn't too bad. And we're looking at an E22 buff. I do have roughly 1,300 item levels, and he is full epic for me. But E22 on that's not too bad. But you start stacking Ceramorphosis stacks, and we start looking at a pretty good buff. So let's get back out these Ceramorphosis users. So we'll start with just the AA. We're looking at an E35. That's a well-scaled buff. But there are even, depending on your formation, you can get even more. We'll do this. You can get a full slot of Ceramorphosis, and we'll just throw in Minsk or Jahira at this point, but we'll just throw in Minsk as we're using Dynahair. So if you have a 10 out of 10 Ceramorphosis, for me, that's getting to an E41. A very high potential from this buff, but that is restrictive in how to scale it that high. You're probably not going to quite get to these numbers, generally speaking, because you're probably not going to run a full 10 out of 10 Ceramorphosis, but you can. But you probably won't always be. And you won't always have a 5 out of 5, so like, if we go to a new area and we have no well-fed stacks, he's at an E30. Still really great buff. That then, once he pops off a couple of his ultimates, we'll just keep stacking up. So with that first hit of well-fed, we're now at E32. And again, that will stack back up to E41 if we get up to 5 stacks of that. Overall, pretty good. Good gold find champion. High ceiling on his positional buff. A Deddy. Yeah, a lot of good and ranged. With potential Bud. Dodge Gale, Dodge Egg. Capped Ult Shart. Capped Ult Dirge. Capped Ult Astarian with ultimate feats equals team never dies, yeah. E20 buff base is still better than most. Yeah, no, his buff, it is a little bit on the lower end before you get some scaling in there. A little bit of item levels, at least a couple Ceramorphosis. It is on the just average end, but it scales up really quickly. It really does. Easy to spike with Bud with well-fed, yeah. High A-, best in seat for gold, best ult cooldown reduction, not high enough numbers to go A+, maybe bottom of A+. Yeah, we'll take a look in a second. We'll also look at his availability first. Show availability. We are looking at an evil champion, so he will be available for Mert. He also has 15 con, and let's take another look. Yeah, he didn't actually have any ability score increases. Most of the AA doesn't, I believe. Is it only Will? I know Will does. I don't know who else might. Anyway, but he does have enough int for Strahd, but he will not be available for Zariel as his biggest knock is his 8 strength. However, his charisma is also rather low, which means when it comes to day 1 trials, he will be locked out of strength and charisma day 1s. But he is new enough as an absolute adversary that he will be available for Elminster for quite a while. So he is only locked out of the Zariel patron, but does have 2 day 1 lockouts through strength and charisma. Not the worst by any stretch, but above average, but there's some restrictions there. The day 1s are the biggest hit. if he ever got some feats, it would be nice to get maybe strength or charisma up there so he could at least be available for those day ones. Who knows what'll ever happen with that. But as it is right now, 2 day 1 lockouts. And yeah, a 14 con is a very, he's naturally 14, it is fair, because Dynahair. So yeah, I did, naturally 14 though, still available for Vajra. But that is a note for a lot of the AA. A lot of the AA is 14 con, and so they are usually available for Vajra because of that, but also that means an adjacency to Dynahair will bump them to 15 to qualify for her. That is Shadowheart, Lae'zel, Karlach, Astarian. I believe that's all, because yeah, I think Will and Dirge are naturally, as well as, 15 con, 15 con. So yeah, that's Shadowheart, Lae'zel, Karlach, and Astarian. E40 seems pretty A+ to you. It's a pre-stack with gear support. Its scaling is actually really good. He needs those stat feats. It would be nice. His gold find is so good too, you think that counts for a lot. Yeah, that's the thing, is he has more use beyond his scaling, which is a good thing. We'll look at the current list here. Well, previously though, also, I did have him in the, I believe, the higher B+. But when I originally ranked him, he was one of the earlier AAs, and he couldn't scale as hard then. I did kind of increase them over time, but yeah. We'll take a look at the current list. That's not right. So, is available. It's only E40 with Ceramorphosis. Yeah. E20 is A+ with gold find. I wouldn't say that, Sinux, necessarily. Potentially. E20 is kind of more the A- range a lot of the time. Plus, the gold find is definitely a boon. But that's more like, even Omen reaches higher than E20 with gold find. And he's in the A-. But, yeah, so, but overall what you're saying, let's see here. AA synergy, flexible buff, you think he gets knocked below the rest of AA because of availability though. Any situations where his third specialization is useful? I mean, only if for some reason you're desperate for Bud. Probably not. You're generally going to be using him for gold or wanting to buff his damage. Hey guys, anyone help set up a formation for Diana missions? We could look at that near the end if you're going to be here around the end. Renee, is that how you say your name? Is he useful for AA speed? Absolutely, as he gives a Ceramorphosis stack. All Ceramorphosis stacks benefit the AA speed. So yeah, he's useful for his affiliation more than any other, obviously. But, oh, you meant, I see what you're saying, Sinux. I mean, you could say that, I guess, because more Bud, but at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, you could say that. You could. I don't know if I would say you should take that spec for AA speed, but it is somewhat helpful, I guess. AA have enough Bud. They have a lot of Bud options. You'd say after Spurt, but before Freely? Yeah, I do. He definitely is going to rise a bit, considering everything we have to work with now. I foresaw him being Caius the Spurt hater. My initial instinct was next to Omen. Was mine. As he is best in slot for gold. He has good ult interaction. He has a high ceiling buff. Are you going to always reach that high ceiling? Probably not, unless you're running AA, right? But he still has many ways to scale it to make it good. I think his overall become a very good champion, useful in a lot of scenarios. And the girlies love him. better affiliation than Omen. They're both really strong affiliations right now. Absolute Adversaries is probably more popular right now. Acquisitions Incorporated has become a popular affiliation, though. AA is definitely way stronger at this point. Overall, I would say yes. The AI has some really heavy swingers, though. It really does. This might be a good time to bump up Lae'zel as well. I do think Lae'zel deserves a bit of a bump. I don't think that's a bad spot for Astarian. Just thinking about it. Jim, Vi, Ev, and Omen are good, but the rest of AI is pretty meh. All of AA is good to broken. I guess... Yeah, I guess the strictly AA, yeah, they're all really good. We bumping Karlach up too? Probably not. As the gatekeeper of A+. I do think Lae'zel probably would climb. Don't know where though, my brain wasn't set to reconsider Lae'zel yet, but I do think she'll climb. Valentine S tier, since you got her, she never leaves your comp? You're saying you always use her? She is very good. The only time she probably will leave a pushing comp is, if you're running Briv for speed. Lae'zel is an order of magnitude better for speed than Shandy. You have just one problem with Valentine. That could go many ways here, Caius. Lae'zel looks like an A- kind of gith. I do think she would climb. We can say, for now, we'll put her here and keep her in the back of our minds for now. She does edge out a lot of the speed champions, being the ceiling of her buff, being with the affiliation she is, and that her speed mechanic trumps almost every other form of speed if you happen to be using it. It is a different beast, but we'll go more into that later. You can't run AA and Duke and Artemis pushing formations in the background because she's basically mandatory for all of them. Yeah, that is true. Valentine is whatever you're hard pushing with, hard focusing on. That's why we need 3 Valentines. She needs to clone herself. She needs to talk to Avron and get that down. Lae'zel next category, darn you type slow. Not being able to use Val is why you hate Mert. It would be interesting if they start putting in some more alignment shifting feats like they did with Gale. I don't necessarily think they will, but they set the precedent that they can, so that would be interesting. Your first time gate pieces was Deacon. Yeah, Deacon was a better speed champion in the past. You want an evil Val? It would make sense, right? Actually, I don't know much about the BDS. I don't know if she has evil leaning tendencies or not. I kind of get that vibe, though. Yeah. I don't see anyone complaining about that rank of Astarian, though, so I think that's a good spot for him, for now. Sage, is that the person who plays Valentine? I'm not familiar with that crew at all. The creator of Valentine said she's evil? That's funny. Exactly the same as every way but evil. And shares all investment with original Valentine, right, Caius? I don't want to have to invest in Valentine again. Wiping the board. Did we have anyone else on the table? I don't think we did. Oh, Wulfgar. We did. Yeah, Wulfgar. You'd put another 50k into Evil Val. I wouldn't. Kron would love an Evil Val. That's true, actually. And actually Warduke, for that matter. Ugh. All right, Wulfgar. Wulfgar. Big boy, big boy. Think people undervalue him? I had him ranked pretty high after his rework. He might take a little bit of a dip, but I do think he's pretty good. Before his rework, he was poo-poo garbage tier, but his rework really helped him out. They made Valentine too, but made it so she spreads her positionals to those adjacent and not DPS. I think they need to leave Valentine where she is. No more Valentines, no more positionals. We need to get away from positionals with future champions. I'm tired of positionals. So, Wulfgar. Should we unspecialize him first? Which did I take? I think I just took his crit buff, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Video and audio out of sync for anyone else. I do not have any problems on my end. I don't think it should be. Anyone else having that issue? Yeah, you might want to refresh. You guys are getting a little trigger happy with those potions. No issue, looks good. Okay. Yeah, try up a refresh. Not yet with the potions. We don't need to. We'll go over his kit first, because I just have the crit buff. So, he is from the Companions of the Hall, meaning he will synergize with Brunner, Catti-brie, Drizzt and Regis, and potentially Puent, as he will, because he's from that affiliation, offer Mithril Hall stacks, and they all scale off those. Baseline, Wulfgar does have a 20% chance to crit, above the average, and his critical hits also stun all enemies affected. And it's weird that they combined these two. I don't know why they did that. He is also a citizen of Icewind Dale, meaning Wulfgar can be used in any Icewind Dale campaign, adventure, or variant, even if he would not normally be available, due to restrictions. This is an interesting addition. I like this addition, as he also kind of pulls a Nahara with his specializations, which we'll look into, where he can pull in the companions. So a good addition to his availability. That skin is so good, I like this skin. Drizzt, never heard of him. Drizzt is part of the Emo formation. Emo? How is it emo? As a tank, he is a tank/support. He does have health share and a health item. But he also has Clan Geddon's Will. Anytime an enemy is stunned, and remember he stuns enemies by critically hitting them, Wulfgar increases the damage of all champions in the formation by a lower amount, but stacking multiplicatively, capping at 50 stacks, and lasting until the area changes. He spends most of his time moping. So, the more you crit, the more he stuns, the better he'll stack up his buff. At 2, we're looking at an average buff. This can stack up quite well. We'll let it stack up. We'll get some critters out. And the best way to do that, generally speaking, is with his affiliation. Well, we'll go over the rest of his kit and then go back and look at his numbers. He also has Dumathoin's Will. If Wulfgar stuns a boss, he gains temporary HP on the boss's percent health remaining. At 100% health remaining, he gets 200% max HP shield. So, we're not talking Tyril levels of shield, but he can self-sustain as long as he's stunning a boss, which is most of the time when you're gonna run into most issues. Mopping. That was moping, not mopping, Sinister. I gave away the skin bundle. When you started, he always looked that way for you. Don't know his normal look at all. It's definitely better than his normal look, this one. Mythic Wulfgar is a good one too, I think, though. There's something about this one that's always looked a bit off to me. So I'm glad these two look so good. So some self-sustain. Again, we're not talking Tyril levels, but self-sustain nonetheless. And as he is from the Companions of the Hall, he has Mithril Hall stacks through Hammer of the Hall. And he will increase the damage bonus of Clangeddon's Will by 100% for each Mithril Hall stack you have, stacking multiplicatively, so he works better with his affiliation. But we're not done yet. He also has Smash and Grab. If Wulfgar attacks an armor-based enemy, but does not remove a piece of armor, he increases the damage of all champions in the formation, stacking multiplicatively up to 5 times, resetting on area change. So if you run into an armored boss, he will spike your damage on an armored boss if he's not chunking them down. Wulfgar was so good during his season, you haven't used him much since. I think he's still good, but I can understand that. And Heavy Blows is tied to his specializations, so now we'll look at his specializations. Boop, 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 doop. There you are. So, chug, chug, chug. See, and now you guys don't use the Respecialized Potion emote when I actually use it. You have the choice of additively increasing all champions' critical hit chance by 10%. This is a good support tool, as everyone's just getting 10% crit. That's important for your DPS to land a crit, for the likes of Venersa to get her favorite foe stacking, anything that involves crit, and his own crit, as he stuns based on how often he crits. We already used it, you're just late. Or Flagbearer, increase the effect of Clangeddon's Will by 100%, and only 50% of his stacks are lost on area changes. So you can make him maintain the stacks he's gained up, and increase the damage of it. Decent for if you're intending to keep progression flowing with him. And then Moradin's Will. Increase the damage of the Companions of the Hall by 100%, so if you're using Dritz or maybe Catti-brie as your DPS. And all of the Companions of the Hall champions are available to be used in Icewind Dale, if Icewind Dale is the current campaign, even if they do not qualify based on their variance restrictions. This is what you'll take to pull in all of the companions into an Icewind Dale run. Important for his availability, important for that affiliation as a whole. There are some great debuffers in that formation, and they all make Wulfgar better. For the sake of this, we're just going to take the crit, so we can stack up his buff a little better and showcase that. But that is a great thing to keep in mind with Wulfgar, pulling in the companions. And as we showcased with other companions, when you do use all of the companions together, they scale up quite well. They're actually not terrible. But we are going to see, remember when we were at 2 stacks, baseline just with Wulfgar, he was at E11. Actually, we're going to do that first. Let's see how well he does on his own here. Yeah, we moved, so we're gonna let him stack up a bit on his own. Hopefully he starts critting. Come on, man. Get some crits, boy. Don't make me slot other people to attack and crit. Just start critting, dog. Come on. And this is a prime example of why the companions work so well together. There was a crit. In that, they all tend to increase crit and help everybody else crit, and they all scale off crits. So they all definitely work better together. But you will see the occasional crit from him on his own. There's another one. That's Drizzed. But yeah, you're probably going to get to roughly an E12 at my item level, which is full epic, sitting around 600 to 700. We need a Tyredack guide to everything. What? Yo, dog, I heard you like crits, so I give you crits on your crits. Yeah, we'll see how it goes with, we'll throw in more crits. I don't think I have Caddy Bree's crit specialization, so we're chugging another one. Where are you? Where's the cattle? There you are. So, Caddy Bree can additively increase the critical hit chance of all companions of the hall. That really helps Wulfgar, as he is now, with his crit spec and her crit spec, looking at a 50% chance half of his attacks will crit at that point. Wulfgar actually scales off stuns, not crits. He just happens to stun while he crits, which means he scales off both. The thigh potion. So yeah, he's looking at 16 now, and we do have a little more Mithril Hall stacks, with only category being slotted, so that's boosting it a bit as well. We're looking at an E15, so that's, if you were able to get to 50, that's still going to be a good buff. But if we throw in a lot of Mithril Hall stacks, get a bunch of these boas in here. Yeah, we'll just go ahead for now. And again, there are other ways to increase crit, like with Point. Won't help in this scenario, but attacks targeting enemies that Point has caused to bleed have a 40% additive chance to be critically hit. So in a pushing formation, where that butt isn't killing things, that's a lot more of a chance to crit for the likes of Wulfgar, and really helps him stack up. Let's see what we're looking at. So he's half stacked up, and we're looking at an E21. Yeah, that would be 90% at that point. So almost every hit in this team, in a progression-based pushing team, will be crits from Wulfgar, meaning he's stunning constantly and scaling up Clengeddon's will constantly. What formation would have a lot of stuns? This one. Making his crit as high as you can so he's the one stunning is going to be huge. But yeah, he does scale off any enemy is stunned, so other stuns will be in effect as well. Yeah, thinking of other stuns, let's see here. Wow, I'm drawing hard blanks here, let's see. Hard stun. Not root, not slow, hard stun. Freely has the opportunity to stun, but that means sacrificing Caddy Bree, which kind of sucks for this. Outside of Companions of the Hall, does Wulfgar fit in anywhere? He can. He can actually be a good support for Krond with his strength. He's not positional, so you're probably not going to use him for Warduke. And yeah, Wulfgar helps, you know, for if you happen to need a hard buff on an armored boss. Someone has a stun on auto attack. I feel like there is, and I just can't think of it. I'm drawing a hard blank on that. Huh. Valentine? Oh yeah, and has a chance to stun them. Strongheart with a feat? I don't recall that one. But we could throw him in to be a part of the companions. Why not? And Strongheart is affected by crits as well. Which feat here? Strongheart scores a critical hit, the target is stunned. Okay, so you could do that with the crits. We'll do that over the con for now. But at any rate, we're probably there at this point. Unless everyone else has just been killing them fat. Yeah, okay. So we're looking at Caddy stuns with Mark if you're not killing them, yeah. Cthulhu stuns, yeah. There are other ways to do it. Generally speaking, you'll be stunning enough with crits if you're using the companions. Because he will count every enemy hit, and he does a group of enemies hit. Puent can gather them up with his ult. You can stun literally 100 enemies with Wulfgar if he crits all of them. Anytime an enemy is stunned, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, we're looking at pretty much the peak right now of 22 Mithril Hall stacks. I feel like that's under. I must misplaced a feat. Regardless, at 50 of 50, he's looking at an E25 buff. That's pretty good. Do you have Strongheart's default Dragonborn skin? He looks weird. No, I don't. I don't have a Strongheart skin. I do not believe. But yeah, you're talking this one here. It is an interesting one. But yeah, so overall, we're talking a health, or a tank with health share, basic tank, but he does get temporary hit points when he stuns a boss. So he has some form of self-sustain. It's nothing, again, not reaching Tyril levels, but still, self-sustaining tank is handy. He can pull people into Icewind Dale. He can always be useful for hard variants in Icewind Dale. Pulling in the entire companions, who when all used together is a decent formation. I mean, again, we're talking Brunner, a core champion, getting to an E21 buff. That's pretty good for a core champion being the first champion in the game, requiring the affiliation and feats for Mithril Hall stacks, of course, but all of them will be dealing good damage and buffing numbers that we need to be bleeding and critting champions more for that, but overall, they become good. Are they the best in the game? No, but they're good. So yeah, also has the armor-based enemy mechanic. He'd be increasing our damage even more. That's not the hardest scaling thing in the game, though. That's not going to be crazy good. There's no armored enemies in this run, I don't think. So I don't think I can showcase that. But it's not going to be huge. But he does have a way to scale it with his gear. He can scale, smash, and grab. So it's not going to be just like a flat nothing. Valston on auto attack. Yeah, let's look at his availability, though. We are looking at, he is good, so available for Mert. I don't believe he has any, no ability score increases. Oh yeah, another thing is you can make him count as dwarf, which was more important for Brunner and Puent, which we went over at that time. But he does have a dwarf glitch feat. That is something to keep in mind. No ability scores increases, so that low int will negatively affect Strahd. He cannot be used in Strahd. Unless you're doing Icewind Dale Strahd, then he will be available and can pull in everyone else. He will be available for Zariel with his big boy strength and charisma. He was released 2,078 days ago, so will not be available for Elminster. But he is only locked out of the Wisdom Day 1 trial with that low Wisdom. So he is available for 3 out of the 5 patrons, locked out of 1 Day 1, but can always be used in Icewind Dale, so that's a bonus, and can pull more people into Icewind Dale. So, overall good availability. Not the best, but good, especially when considering Icewind Dale. Why no Infiend for Wolfie? Yvandra's buff is more restrictive. Wulfgar is all champions, yeah. Yvandra doesn't get anywhere near his numbers, though. Yvandra can get high numbers, but he can scale to a higher threshold and buffs everybody. Not positional, but kind of doesn't matter in the scenario of Yvandra only buffing neutral. We'll after his rework, he got a lot better than he was. After his rework, I placed him in the, where you at? There he is. The lower, he was more meant to represent an A at the time, in the A+, but more meant to represent an A. His rework did make him a lot better. By today's standards, which isn't too far off from when we ranked him, but, we're doing things differently as we're going along this. Is he going to get A+? No. Definitely not an A+ champion. I think Icewind Dale is more annoying than Witchlight, so you prefer his... Oh, Oh, I don't know if I disagree with that, or if I agree with that, Sinux. Witchlight has some of the more difficult variants in the entire game, whereas Icewind Dale doesn't really. Witchlight is a harder campaign to pull off the higher variants. Now, there are some ones he absolutely helps with in Icewind Dale, absolutely. But Witchlight is harder than Icewind Dale. Same rank as Bug Taro? I disagree. I think Wulfgar is much better than Torogar. Much better. All things considered, for the overall utility to the game. Yeah, but which also has best formation type? You just mean like the positioning of it? I actually really like Icewind Dale's formation. Be somewhere, but you can't make up your mind. I think he almost skates into A- based on our current list. I think he stays out of B- for sure. He's no Egbert. I think he stays out of B-. You put him above Shaka. Shaka has a much higher ceiling than him, but I know everyone hates Shaka. Everybody except the one person who came in today. I would have defended Shaka. Me and you, man, that's it. Is my phone charged? My phone is charged. Good. B+ in most. I'm seeing him in the B+ tier. I didn't know if you wanted the call-out, Parada. You have to realize defending Shaka makes people come at you with pitchforks. That's what they did to me on Seat 9. Shaka lost basically 2 tiers for sucking. Wulfgar can't gain 2 tiers for not being Shaka. See, you're already putting him much lower than I would to begin with, guys. For argument, he's no Egbert. I'm just going to erase Egbert off the list so you guys can stop standing on that box. Let them come, you'll be ready. Fair enough. Way too generous? I think you're right, and I know almost everything you say is for the sake of argument. I think you cling too hard to meta. And I understand meta has to be ranked a little higher, which is why Valentine and Artemis are an S, but I don't think that makes everyone garbage then. We're talking about a tank with self-sustain, with armor breaking aiding mechanics, who reaches E25, E20 naturally without the help of others, who has decent availability and is the go-to for Icewind Dale. I think he has a lot going for him. And stuns, that's fair. Tail end of A-. I can see him not quite cusping A- for a lot of people. One thing to knock off a lot for him is the fact that he's probably not ideal for formations, right? There are a lot of formations that while he can be used for, he's not going to be the best for, and that is a knock. It absolutely is. I think it's enough to keep him out of A-. I do see him in a B+ somewhere. Maybe we need an evil Egbert as well. Give me an example of that, Caius. Who have I ranked very high? I mean, you could make that argument maybe for Vin Ursa, but that's time invested, and then you have that flat buff, and you just go. Whereas someone like Wulfgar is someone that always has to take that 10 seconds every single area. I think that's very different. Unless you have an example other than Vinursa. Shaka isn't real. Some people can reach close to his numbers. E25, that's a hard disagree, guys. I will grant you that is in the specific scenario of being used with the companions. I'm not ranking him exclusively on, well, he's E25. You know, I don't think he reaches A-. I see him in the B+. So where even are you arguing, aside from being a contrarian, Kais? I'm curious where you think he belongs. Without your shenaniganery. B-? You're arguing that hard between B- and B+, you twat. You said 2 full ranks. He feels Tyril-like. Yeah, that's where I was thinking, was Baloth Tyril area. My initial thought was somewhere like here. Somewhere in this range was my thought. Krydal has the most unique tank mechanic in the game, and can survive when almost no other tank can. That is very important for Krydal. By far the most unique tank in the entire game. You can change my mind after the fact, but I think people put too little value in Krydal's evade. I genuinely do. Let's jam to get that with it. Yeah. He's not that useful outside of companions. What formation would you put him in? Again, he is absolutely more than usable in a Krond formation, but it is limiting. The numbers he can get even without the companions is in the B+ range. Absolutely is. And he's a tank with self-sustain, with armor-breaking mechanics, with breaching availability mechanics. He's not like severely restrictive like Ayla. He doesn't quite get as low of numbers as other people in the B-. Where's Dark Warrior when you need Kai's occupied for a few minutes so we can move on? Dark Warrior died, remember? He's gone forever. I don't know where Dark Warrior is today. Just busy in real life, I'm sure. Wulfgar is fine. He's not particularly great at anything. He's not particularly bad at anything. He's not overly tanky, but not overly squishy. You don't need evade, you just manufacture more Mirias. His buff isn't overly strong, but not overly weak. It's not super lazy, it's not super a pain in the ass to use. He's average B-. His numbers, without work, are better than most of the people in B-, while he also has other mechanics on top of that. I think he's in B+. His buff is pretty strong though, and he has 2 with armor shred. Like that second buff is pretty meaty. So do most of the other people in B-. He has a higher ceiling than, I think, everyone in B- though. Literally everyone. Which is part of the reason he gets to B+. Smash and grab on top of a potentially fully stacked Clangeddon's is pretty meaty. Like, who just said that? Even. Yeah, Sinnox, yeah. With his added availability being able to pull in people. He had a glorious death, all we can ask for. Yeah, I do think Wulfgar is in the B+. I do. That shield is useful, yeah. It's not, again, it's nothing like Tyril range. as far as self-sustain goes, but if you move Tyril over Wulfgar, you like it. I am a fan of Tyril, but he does have some issues. He's not even the best tank in seat. Arguable, but we could transition into another tank in that seat. Because I don't think we had anyone on the docket. Clean up the map. But we still have Barrowin, Havilar, 2 other tanks, Virgil, and that's it, actually, right? Yeah, I think we have Havilar, Barrowin, and Virgil left. Oh, we are moving past that syntax. We might come back to it, though. I do want to move on. For now. We'll talk about more of the placements at the end. Shaka isn't really Kenner here. Let's see. Barrowin, Havilar, and Virgil. Virgil should be SS plus just because of his name. He's good. He's better than a lot of people give him credit for, I think. But also he's not an S champion, I don't think, yet either, though. Let's see. Doesn't Dark Urge's ultimate resurrect champions? It can, yeah. If you take his good side. I mean, we're talking about Virgil. Let's just go to Virgil. Why not? Virgil. Can it resurrect Dark Warrior as well? Let's find out. If I click this ultimate, will it resurrect Dark Warrior? Let's find out. Dark Warrior, you there? Did that hit you, Dark Warrior? You alive? Sus. Virgil F tier because lag. Virgil A minus, you love his kid. Well, we'll see if that ultimate revived Dark Warrior or not. We'll see. This is like a seance. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? Virgil. Part of the Rivals of Waterdeep, a support and speed champion. Instantly has excellent availability, because if Kent qualifies for an adventure restriction, based on tags, age, ability scores, etc., Virgil can be used as well. And we went over Virgil in Seat 4. They go hand in hand. And all together, based on the two of them, based on all of their differences, they become available for most things. The biggest hindrance is strength. You can only get up to 10 strength between the two of them with a strength feat from Virgil. Otherwise, you're at an 8 strength and a 9 strength. So that's their biggest hindrance together. But again, 10 strength is what you're working with there. With the feat. 2 buffs and 1 debuff. Virgil bottom at B+, with the other meta speed champions below, the ones that take very low investment. Again, Virgil is a much better buffer than them, though. He is harder to make that scale, though. So, let's go over his kit. Storm Sorcerer. Virgil increases the damage of all adjacent champions by E10 and decreases their normal attack speed cooldown. That's part of the ultimate. We'll just look at his specializations, not ultimate. We'll go into that first. Doesn't matter, he's in your speed team. Huh? For me, you only use Virgil for speed, so non-vote. Potion emote. His buff isn't good enough to want to use him outside speed. I disagree. Can't make use of his speed in a background party, doing content when he's in the foreground, making gems. So, his specializations are based on his mood, relaxed, anxious, or determined. Virgil's Magic Missile and Chain Lightning attack turn green, and he further increases Storm Sorcerer's damage boost, and increases the attack cooldown reduction further by 1 second. That's why it was up to 2 seconds, making all people adjacent to him attack much faster. Or they will turn yellow, and there's a 25% chance he stuns enemies struck by his attack for 5 seconds. So that is another way to get a stun out there. But again, we're not talking Wulfgar now, because, yeah, same seat. Or determined. They will turn purple, and his weather control damage boost will be increased for each Rivals of Waterdeep champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. For the next speed meta shift, we'll kick Virgil out and Sentry back in. So yeah, basically, if you need crowd control, you can take the stun, but you're going to be choosing between attack speed or boosting one of his buffs, or boosting his stackable buff, which we'll go over now. Weather control. Virgil gains a weather stack each time the weather changes, when advancing to a new area, or when it's changed by an ultimate attack or other ability. Virgil tracks each type of weather as a separate stack, and each stack is multiplied, and then the stacks are multiplied together. This does take a long time if you're looking to do it completely, right? You're probably not going to gun for a fully stacked. It has a decently high ceiling. It doesn't become the craziest buff, but when you consider he's already buffing an E10 and then this on top of that, he scales up decently. We're going to throw out some of his affiliation, as a lot of them have mechanics that change the weather that allow him to stack it faster. And we'll explain those in a second. Doesn't matter. I don't know why I got Solis out, but that's fine. We'll just get his whole affiliation out. Get the one everyone hates. Yo, Shaka! What's up? Just so he can trigger people. Presto, yeah, we'll throw Presto in as well. But then you have to use Rivals while you're pushing, yeah. You don't have to once you've scaled up his weather stacks. You're not completely locked into that. Not a part of the affiliation, but Presto does have a weather mechanic. Via Ultimate Hat Trick. Presto's ultimate is unlocked and has a random effect when used, and it will cycle between snow, fog, and rain. And those are the primary ones. Virgil's own ultimate will cause rain. And then Kent, who will always be available if Virgil's available anyway, will turn it to fog. Then Gazric, a part of their affiliation, will turn it to snow. Then Dahani will clear it. And clear weather does matter. Or you could just transition into a new zone, new area, that will also clear weather. And then again, Presto will do one at random. In this case, he made it snow. So, you can cycle their ultimates while you're pushing to increase that. I should have done this beforehand to at least stack it up a little bit. I didn't. We're not going to see its ultimate form. But even with just doing it a little bit, we're at an E5. And as it is multiplicative, it starts scaling harder and harder as you go. If you start this early through your run and you know you're going to do a deep run, you can stack this up decently. Let's see what I've missed here. Yeah, but then you have to use... Yeah, okay. Step 1, pick Virgil. Step 2, play Sweet Dreams. So yeah, I was going... We'll go over his other effect as well. So Rapid Fire is his... This will be his speed mechanic. Enemies that are defeated within 2 seconds of being on screen have a chance to drop double quest items or count for double quest progress for each Rivals of Waterdeep champion in the formation, stacking additively. So, in the same light as someone like Human, making quest progress complete at a higher rate. You have a rapid fire feat. I don't remember if there's more. I don't use them for speed that often. I think that's the only rapid fire feat, right? Add Strongheart? Could, yeah. We could. As we've already leveled him, why not? See, I have not invested in Virgil, personally, that much. He's around 500 because of the season. Add Egbert? Why? What, am I missing something with Egbert? Do you just want to see Egbert? I'm using Gazric for snow. But yeah, so with Strongheart and their affiliation, we, with a little more investment in Needs Egg, could get this to a 200%, meaning, you know, an increase to quest completion at a higher rate. Not too bad. It doesn't scale as hard as Human or others in that regard, but with enough rivals, if you need that, it does get decent. It's worth it. By himself, not so much. He is known to cause a lot of lag between his abilities and just visuals and how the game runs. But very useful currently for Elminster. If you're locked out of Lae'zel, he's kind of one of the only ways to get speed currently in Elminster. And you can see we've had a few more and we've got it to an E6. I have no speed going on right now. And if we started early, this would be scaling a lot harder. So we'd be working with like an E10, potentially, eventually another E10. But then he also has, where is it? Angry. While a champion in the formation is knocked out, Virgil's magic missile and chain lightning attacks turn red, and any enemy he hits with his base attack takes additional damage. So he has a third way, and that is a debuff. And if an enemy is hit again, the timer is reset, but it doesn't stack. You can often do that with Blushi. When Blushi dies, it does that. You know, any Dedi. Can't use Astarian because he shares a seat with Astarian. You could do Spurt. We'll just do Spurt to showcase. And this will make the weather bloody. So you can see it's turned red. That will be on. So again, this one doesn't scale that hard though. We're looking at an E4, that's not crazy. But we're talking about an E4 on top of potentially an E10 and another E10 if you decide to farm the stacks up. We're not talking peak numbers right now, how the game is right now, but we're talking good. It is a little bit less important than it, not less important, but just less potent than it used to be. When he first came out, those were pretty good numbers. We've since got a lot more girthy numbers, it's true, but he's still good, and a speed champion, and has good overall availability with Inseparable. We'll take a look directly at his availability real quick. So, he is good, so available for Mert. Again, the only ability score we're running is Strength to reach 10 Strength, so keep that in mind. Vajra, 14 Con, so he is available for that. He has the 13 Int for Strahd. And Zariel, with his feet, he does have 10 Strength and 18 Charisma. And Elminster, he came out 559 days ago, so he will be available for Elminster for quite a while, and that again is important because he is a speed champion, and if you're for some reason locked out of Lae'zel, probably gonna be who you rely on for speed. And with his TOT, even without the strength feat, he was 9 naturally, right? Yeah, even without the strength feat, he is available for every day 1 trials restriction. And because of all of that availability, Kent is also available for all of that as well. And keep in mind, anything he might not be available for, Kent will bring him in. So if you're restricted to a melee only run, Virgil can be used too. If you're restricted to a magic only run, you can then use Kent a meleeer with him as well. So overall, amazing availability, all things considered. Jessica, would E10 plus E10 be like an E20? It depends on what you mean. If you're talking E10 twice, like additive, then yeah, that's 2 E10. But if it's an E10 multiplied by an E10, we're talking something else. So in what scenario are you talking about, Chibi? Because an additive scale, E10... I'm kind of curious now, so I'll see if you're there. Like if a champion has 2, no, see that's multiplicative then. So that is not 2e10 like Black Widow said. That 2 different buffs are 2 separate multipliers. So that is, yeah, like Cynic said. Technically it's, it'd be E18 though, right? Because the math for that, we might as well just show the math. There are ways you can simplify it, but let's see if this fits in this window. No, not that one. I do want it in that one though. We could do it here, and then I'll just shimmy. Calculator. So if we're saying 2 E10s, right? So you would go 1 E10 divided by 100 plus 1 is the ultimate way they do that math. E10, E88, E16. Oh, okay, yeah, you're getting to the E18. Yeah, so what Caius just said. But yeah, now I lost track. So I guess just to the power of 2. E16, and then at the end, you times it by the 100 again, and that bumps it to the E18. So yeah, so an E10 times an E10 multiplier as 2 different buffs would become an E18. Subtract 1. Shut up, guys. When we're dealing with exponents like E16, you don't gotta worry about subtracting that. But yeah, a general rule, if you're just dealing with the exponents, take 2 off the exponent of the ones you're multiplying, then add them together and add the 2 at the end again. It's weird, but... So not E20, but close enough that you can do the mental math. Kind of Cynics, yeah. If you're looking... Now multiply by the numbers you first thought of. What numbers? What? And you know why your dirge was doing 1 piece of damage less than advertised? But yeah, so ultimately, yeah, if you stack up his numbers, again, they are harder to get higher. They do take time. He'll take 1 more piece of damage, please. Just 1 more piece. Please, sir. But amazing availability, has the speed mechanic, can at least get good numbers. And as long as you have extra familiars, you can just have them doing it in the background as you push. You desperately want no percent style of numbering for this game? Yeah. Removing the percents and adding 1, then doing the math, then remembering to put it back, the worst. It's wonky the way they do it, but so it goes. But yeah, when you're talking about multiplying the exponents, yeah, additive and multiplying are much different. You think the baseline buff from Virgil's own ult and clear weather stacks are satisfactory? Yeah, that's the thing. As long as you do a little bit of weather changing as you progress, it will be, like Slicktastic said, satisfactory. Not ideal, you're not pushing any big numbers, but he at least, we're not talking average, we're talking above average. But not the most amazing. But, he has a lot to him. Yeah, as far as where we had him before, we had... oh, I guess I should pull up the list for you guys too. Yeah, we had him in the A+. He's gonna take a hit. Because he was, in regards to the rest of the game at the time, potentially putting out good numbers for the time. Not the best, but still, like, better than it is considered now. Where is your speed for him at? Like, as far as my item levels? Is that what you mean? With Strongheart and his affiliation, I'm just under 200. If that's what you're referring to. Entrees and Birdsong. Well, at the time, Birdsong hadn't got her rework yet, first of all. I don't think. Or no, well, but then I re-ranked her after. What am I talking about? Yeah. By today's standards, they're both definitely ahead of him, I'd say. But in a pure power sense, yeah. No, yeah, guys, I don't know where my brain was at. Since we're off topic, could someone remind you or direct you to the eye level ratios for Artemis supports? I mean, I think an average is 10k to 10k, and then they're at 1k, right? That's kind of what a lot of people consider. Uh, 200% is pretty mid. Sorry if you talked about this. Some say his visual clutter negates his speed. You didn't hear your thoughts. It can. It absolutely can. When I've tested with him, I don't see it that bad. I haven't seen an increase in his speed enough to justify just slotting him in my speed team. But if you're running a rivals team, that's a bit different. But 10-4-1 for Ardvel, Jim on everyone. That's fair too, guys, yeah. Has amazing availability, is a speed champ, his buff is not restrictive, and reaches decent numbers. Yeah, we'll take a look at the actual tier list while we finish talking about Virgil. Yeah, any 10 stack support you have in with, yeah. Your level 75 purple Melf with 2 feats event buff. 600% speed? Well, I mean, one, that's event buff. I don't think you can consider an event buff when ranking someone's utility to the game. And also, you don't always have his speed buff up. So, Melf is unreliable in that regard. But, as far as, like, there is definitely a case to be made for him and against him in a normal speed team. I think he bogs down the leg of the game probably a little too much just for slotting him, unless for some reason you have invested crazy item levels into him. Just looking at the list. Virgil. I mean, obviously he's taking a hit, but man, his speed has become more important now, regardless of what you thought about it for a, like, overnight speed team for Elminster. Think Diana might fit in there for restrictive variants? I would not say Diana is... Because you're talking about the Artemis investment, right? I wouldn't even consider Diana in an Artemis invested team. What is everyone else thinking? What is everybody's gut reaction to Virgil right now? I'm curious. Should be between 1 and 4, depending on how many stacks you're getting. Yeah. Gut reaction to Virgil is low or B+. B+ above BBEG. Bish. I don't read that as B-ish. I read that as bish. Yeah, no, I know where you're going for, Sinister. I just thought that was funny. Bish, please. Yeah. I was teetering between higher B+. Go a bit higher than that. Shaka is a very low A-. Enjoy his speed and find his numbers better than many speedsters you like near BBEG. I think his numbers have the potential. Basically, his numbers contend with... He's pretty close to Baloth as far as that goes. He's a little better than Baloth, not much though. And Baloth is pretty annoying to stack up to. Baloth is kind of too high looking at the list. I was kind of looking at that too. He does have a good ceiling, but it's so annoying to get to. What was his availability again? Virgil has some of the best just base availability in the game, on top of being used anytime he can't be available via Kent. Only time you're really going to see them locked out is in heavy strength restrictions. As a speed champ, he's not that good, and as support, he's not the best either. Like, he's mostly just useful in rivals teams, and they're bad. I kind of disagree with a lot of that, but... Because I know you have been a constant supporter of Melf, Cynics, but I think you are overvaluing Melf because of the event buff. But is Virgil going to be one to focus on over Human as far as restriction or reductions go? No, you know. But when you can't Vajra, he's useful in gem farming, yeah. He can be. He can be. A lot of people swear by his leg slowing their runs, but also he's become slightly more important because of Elminster. Lae'zel does have a lot of lockouts in variants, and Virgil is available for most things, and tends to be a good pick for Elminster speed. Virgil is meta in scripting farming right now. Everything I've looked up, there are people who praise or hate him. It goes both ways. I could see him being... That does... Meta since Diana. Next to Dinah here. Your scripted farm, you just keep him away from everyone else to no visuals to slow it down. When Diana gets her con feet, I'm guessing is what you meant, Virgil will be out again. I don't think she's gonna get one. Unless that's a spoiler, I don't know, but I don't think they will give her one. BBG has better speed buff and better buff. I don't think he has a better buff. They're pretty close if you fully stack BBEG, but Virgil does other things too. I think they're close. That is... I do miss cheap time gates. I miss seasons in general. Also, BBG is far more restrictive as well. 12 and under int is hard to get on a lot of people. I gotta think about that one. But we still have people to do today. Oh, wrong one. Let's see, Barrowin and Havilar. I guess we could dive into Havilar. Oh, you weren't supposed to be there. Season was fun, yeah. I missed the seasons. I hope they bring them back. Looked at Adventures box. Call it the beginning. Virgil's gonna be hard. Yeah, he's a tough one. Let's get rid of this fog. Can't be Fortin. Okay, Havilar. Definitely gonna take a bit of a hit, I'm guessing. I don't think... She wasn't crazy high ranked to begin with. All things considered, but... Well, no, I think I did rank her pretty high, actually. Seasons were a better way to get item levels. Yeah. Havilar is really strong for speed for new players. I can see that. Where did Virgil end up? He ended up in B+. I'm gonna think about that more at the end. But, Havilar. Leadership Summit. Right, where did Virgil end up? You got distracted? Okay, that's fair. Havilar increases the damage of all champions in the 2 columns behind her by a lower amount. This ability is augmented by whichever imps are currently assisting her. That is reflective from... Oh, is it not gonna... Am I gonna have to go here? Where does it actually show all of them? Do they have to actually be out? There we go. Oh, it doesn't just give a hard list of all of them, though, does it? Ah, poop. Anyway, have you lost her slow to a stop ride? Yeah, we're gonna go over that. She did get nerfed. But she is a tank that has a health item and health share. Pretty basic for a tank. But that reference to the imps, her ultimate will summon 2 imps. It will always have one of them, I forget his name, Mott, I believe, and then one of the other selections. And this will affect multiple things. One, her Fiendish Resolve and her Leadership Summit. With Mott and Alla out right now, Leadership Summit is being increased on Tiefling champions and increases the effective Leadership Summit by 50% for each enemy attacking Havilar. So that'll scale it up a little bit. We're not talking any crazy multipliers though. But she does have Fiendish Resolve. When any fiend is in the area, Havilar focuses less on her own attacks and more on buffing the party. Her base attack cooldown is doubled, but the effective Leadership Summit is increased. And again, Mott and Alla are increasing Fiendish Resolve in that increase the effective Leadership Summit by 25% for each fiend enemy, and increase ultimate damage against fiend enemies with Alla. Havilar also has Battle Master, where each time Havilar attacks, she increases the damage of all champions by an amount for each enemy she hits, stacking additively up to 20. This effect lasts for half of Glaive Thrust's base cooldown. Kinda clunky to keep up, doesn't scale super hard, but it is an additional buff. If you're able to cleave multiple enemies, you at least get a little bit of a boost out of it. Only hitting one, we're only getting 3,000. We'll go ahead and just go somewhere where she can hit up a bunch of targets without killing them, and we can at least see how that stacks up. But yeah, and for reference, using her ultimate again will cause her fiends to sacrifice themselves and explode in an AoE. So the imp that isn't Mott flings itself at the nearest enemy and explodes, dealing massive damage in a large area and slowing all affected champions. She has a very short cooldown, can keep resummoning imps and launching them out. This was very important for a Azaka farm, because that slow would stack and would eventually full stop enemies. However, it does not stack anymore. You can only get that initial slow, that first base slow. So that is a huge knock to setting up an Azaka farm, as you cannot do a full stop on enemies with Havilar's ult anymore. Unfortunate. Let's see if that's enough. Should be. So let's let her cleave a bunch of enemies and see what the... Oof. I use Vi to turn everyone except the boss into spheres. They stay in one place, yeah. Massive damage, wow. This doesn't scale that well, but we're just seeing what its peak is. Let's... Oh, we got some ranged. But we'll get enough melee for her to attack. Because it's a maximum of 20. How often are you going to get a full stack of 20 champions she can fully cleave in an area? Not often. And even then, she's at 6 right now, and that's only a 2E4. I have her at roughly 200 to 300, depending on where we're looking. Her health item is the lowest, so yeah, roughly 300. Most people have switched to using Vi for Azaka farming. It's unfortunate they nerfed Havilar. There are plenty of knockbacks in the game you can rely on just a knockback team, but... So yeah, come on, hit more than that. Why aren't you hitting more than that? Come on. At least get to like above 10. Does she have a limiter on it? I don't think so. It's just all nearby. I don't know why she's tagging 7 over and over. There should be more melee. Let's go somewhere where it's just melee. This is being dumb. Corazon's puddles slow them nicely too. Yeah, a good slow and knockback team can do the trick. It is more annoying though. Stacky, stacky, stacky. Havilar plus Diana, you think is good enough to keep bosses away? Potentially. But you can also use the likes of like Egbert for the bombs. You know, there's plenty of other knockbacks and slows you can do. Use Tatiana to pull 100 mobs, if I had Tatiana leveled, but yeah, no, she would help. But it would also probably be killing people at this level. But here we go. So we're getting a 16 right now. That's only getting up to 5e4. So again, it's just not that good. When we're talking, she's getting an E9. You can scale Leadership Summit. You can get it up to like an E11 at my point, depending on what fiends are up, etc., etc. So we're looking at a potential like E11 on top of a potential E4. She's not pushing any riveting numbers here. See Egbert S tier. Shut up, Rondo. Oh man, my chair's getting rickety. I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah. So, but we'll go through the fiends. So she can cycle through the fiends with her ult. And then it doesn't take too long before she can summon another one, which is something I've always actually loved about her kit. And so now you'll see we have Bosch out. Increase the effective Leadership Summit if there are enemy or boss enraged stacks, or with Fiendish, Havilar takes less damage, and Heroic Sacrifice damage is increased. But let's say we don't want that one, we cycle them. Boosh. I'm gonna make Egbert a banned word in the stream. If you Or, now we have Dembo, increase the effective Leadership Summit by 200%, or with Fiendish Resolve. Here's a big one for speed with Havilar. Fiend enemies drop 2 quest items at once, or count for 2 kills at once. So Havilar can be used as a speed champion. It's not necessarily the greatest speed, but there are times where this is going to be useful. And you can pair it with the likes of, who is it, Tyril? What level does he get that? It is Tyril, right? Why are you ulting? Stop. Which one is it? I don't think he has it yet. I don't want to scale too hard because I don't want them all to die. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. There we go, March. Tyril, 50% of non-boss enemies that spawn are duplicitous Rakshasa fiend enemies. So, Tyril can force spawn fiends to then synergize with her having Dembo out and making fiend enemies drop more quest items. So that is a way you can scale her speed. But yeah. She can count as a half-elf. I kind of forgot about that, actually. Just looking through her feats. You know, she's got a constitution and a charisma. But yeah, since we have this up, we'll go ahead and look at her availability. And it's worth noting she's part of the Brimstone Angels, so she will be usable with her sister, Farida. And that is a common one if you're not using her for speed, is where you're going to find her, is in Farida teams, which used to be more popular, not so much anymore. I don't think too many people are running Farida, but there are a few. As far as her availability goes, she is good, so she will be available for Mert. With the Constitution feat, she will become 14 Constitution for Vajra, and her int will never be available for Strahd. Zariel, she will be available for with her strength and charisma if you're using the charisma feat. And Elminster, she is 1,574 days old, so she will not be usable with Elminster. And she is available for every day 1 trials, except for that int. So 1 restriction out of the day 1s. However, keep in mind, anything she does not qualify for, Mehen, if he does qualify, can pull her in. So she does have that added benefit of potentially becoming available where she otherwise is not. But naturally Mert, Vajra with a feat, Zariel with a feat, but restricted out of Strahd and Elminster and the day 1 int otherwise. Not the best, not the worst, and requiring feats to even get to become slightly above average. Yeah, it's iffy, but it's not the worst, not the best. Havilar's a weird one. I definitely had her slightly overvalued in the A-. A lot of that was probably because of the synergy with Azaka farming. She's definitely going to take a hit. Below Wulfgar, she's a tank that had her niche nerfed out of her from underneath her, and below a Vondra, now that you think about it. So-so tank, so-so speed, not great buffer, with restrictions. Yeah, she's probably... My mind was going between high C+, low B-, is where I was initially thinking. Let's pull up the tier list. She is C+ at best. You would put her with her father. He's in the C-. And so is Farida. You mean that's also what you were initially thinking, but thinking further, no. She's not even the 3rd best tank in her seat. I mean, with all things considered, yeah. Put her with her family. Does she fall all the way down to C- with her family? Oh, that nerf does suck. The Azaka nerf. She still slows. Her ult is still handy. She does have early speed, but she will be transitioned out of a speed team more than likely. With her half-elf feat, you can give Ashe 4 stacks of bonds. You're not sure if that is worth anything. I would say that's worth it in like a restrictive run for sure. Are you gonna main Havilar in a half-elf? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of thinking like right here with her family. The sisters and the daddy. That's a big fall. That's a big... But they did nerf her. I mean, it's undeniable that they nerfed her and that affects her ranking. Well, they are twins. I'm not opposed. Oof, brimstone in the seas. It's rough. It's rough, but I don't think it's unfair. I mean, Farida definitely needs some work. Nothing is more important. Family. Where's Vin Diesel? Time for a rework? It would be interesting to get like a mini season for them or something. Yeah, too bad we don't have season. Who would you pair with them, though? Who would you pair with the Brimstone Angels for a full season? It would be fun to get maybe other tieflings like Makos, but they wouldn't. They wouldn't do a core champion, but it would be cool. Else we may get a Brimstone season. Talon would be fair, yeah. Any other tiefling? Well, who would it be though? So we got Talon would absolutely be a good pick. Strix just got a season. Strix wouldn't get a season. Ideally Makos, but they wouldn't do that to a core champion. C- might be the worst tier to be in, like F&D. For reworks. Oh. I see what you're saying. Because, like, we're looking at the D and F, and they're probably the one that are going to get the reworks, and then C- will be shifted down eventually. Kent was technically just a part of a season, even though he didn't get a rework. And Prudence is a DPS herself with a whole different affiliation. So that's unlikely, too. I think it's just Makos, which would be neat to get Makos and Talon in with the Brimstones. That would be cool. Is it going to happen? Hell no. But that would be interesting. Ishi? That's not a tiefling. Glitched Miria? Yeah. What about a new tiefling? But then you wouldn't need them to be a part of a season if they're new. Running out of tieflings, even though we have a ton of tieflings. Running out of ones that would have worked with the Brimstone season, though, yeah. I would like it to be Makos and Talon. That would be really cool, but Mehen isn't a tiefling either. Well, with a feat, and he's a part of the affiliation, which is the most important part of talking about a season. But yeah, I'm not mad at that. I overvalued her slightly, and she got hit for what I overvalued her for. So, yeah. I think that's a fair ranking for Havilar. Makos is the only other tiefling with no affiliation besides Talon. There's no unaffiliated Dragonborn either. Screw it, make our tiefling. Well, that leaves us with Barrowin. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I'm leveling Nixie. Why am I leveling... Whatever. My brain just hard did that for some reason. 2 S ranking in the same seat? Yeah, it is weird with Valentine and Briv. Sometimes it just be like that, you know? Barrowin. You mean Dwarf Thalora? Huh? So yeah, Barrowin reworked in the unaffiliated season. Became better. The tank healing support. Barrowin gets really high numbers for nothing. She can get pretty high numbers, and she is easy to slot and can buff everyone, she is like a good standard for just what would be a good flat champion, I think. Got Nixie on the brain. I hear some of you guys are like that. She just happened to be there and unleveled. I have to level people if they're out and not fully leveled. I have to fully level it. Is it strange that you love Barrowin despite the fact she's basically just okay? You also really... I think a lot of people do like Barrowin, and they were glad she got the rework, and she's good. But yet, does she fit into many teams? No. She fits in with Warduke, which is cool. Or, not Warduke, I mean, she can. But I meant Krond. But, super versatile, yeah. Again, I think she is an excellent standard for what is just a good champion. But we'll go over her kit. Barrowin increases the damage of champions behind her for 400% for each champion in the formation who has an equal or higher base attack cooldown, stacking multiplicatively. You got Barrowin in a free time gate, and she's been consistently useful in every team. I mean, yeah, because that's the thing. Even if she's not ideal for Artemis, she's still a tank in the front, giving a buff to everyone behind her to be observed from. Still useful, maybe not ideal. She has the 16 strength for Krond. She has a positional for Warduke. She can at least be useful. So yeah. So that'll stack up with the more people you have. But we'll go over everything and then look at her numbers. But baseline, we're looking at an average. But when we have a multiplicative stack on an already average buff, you can expect that to scale decently. Lawful Vigilance, well, we'll go, I think everything, is everything Blessed Hammer related in her specializations? It's been a minute. Where is she? Where is she? I will find you, and I will kill you. There you are. Arguably the best seat for gearless, that wouldn't surprise me. I've never done a gearless run. Is okay for Krond, but Krond wants Strunk. Make a lot of tanks work with him, so unless is really restricted, you don't use her as a Krond main. I'm a little surprised you wouldn't, but I mean, there are a lot of good options for Krond. Her numbers for then Tyril is also an actual tank. They're fun to pair together, I think, though. Oh, right, her heal. Crap, I forgot. One of them is for her heal. Anyway, you can flat increase Blessed Hammer by 400%. Do you guys say Blessed Hammer or Blessed Hammer? Barrowin's healing word is buffed. We'll go over her heal in a second. Blessed, yeah. Astarian is just better when paired with the dead gang. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually fair for Krond. Yeah. Heal is junk. All heals are junk, except I mean, at least hers can become the temp HP. But yeah, you're probably not going to ever take her healing word buff. Oh, I see what you're saying. Or Barrowin's Blessed Hammer's base effect is additively increased by 20% for each Vigilance stack she has. So let's take a look at Vigilance. Which, is that just part of Lawful Vigilance? Yeah. Barrowin has a number of Vigilance stacks equal to the number of champions in the formation that are either lawful or dwarves. She increases the health of other champions in the formation by 5% of her max health for each Vigilance stack. And as Caius is pointing out, while she does have health share, she does not have a health item. So her health share is never going to tap out all that great. For Torogar, a lot of seat options. Yeah, Torogar is good for Krond, for sure. Blessed. Yeah, blessed. I say both. I always dive between blessed and blessed. Which is one of the reasons you sit there going, but I like her, instead of she's awesome, allow me to argue her for to be S. But if you put champs with health share, it does take effect. Yes, but most tanks who have health share that will increase her health is already having a higher health and therefore health share than her. But yeah. Healing word, she also heals. Barrowin heals champions in her column, including herself, for an amount of health per second for each Vigilance stack she has. After Barrowin attacks, her next healing word also applies a temporary hit point. So she does have some health sustain in that regard. Okay, but as someone who has purposely hit 0 item levels in tanks so far, she's one of the better ones. Yeah, if you're in just a fun gearless run, I think she has good base numbers for sure. But even temper. Barrowin attacks 0.25 seconds faster for each stack of vigilance she has. Additionally, when a champion that is eligible for healing word is hit by an enemy, Barrowin attacks 1 second faster for her 2 next attacks. And also hammer time. She has a lot to scale her up. Barrowin remembers the largest number of enemies she has had to tank at once in the current area. Blessed Hammer is increased by 100% multiplied by that number. Okay, so for her overall ideal formation, you want to stack up vigilance, which means you need lawful or dwarves. And you want people who has equal to or a higher base attack cooldown. You've put lots of item levels in tanks because you're lazy, and anyone who can't tank 1951 is basically not a tank. Well, is she no longer... Huh? So the highest number is 100. For what? What are we talking about now? My brain just got lost reading, catching up on chat. Well, let's see. Who would be just like ideal here? I mean, we've got Tyril, of course, as lawful. Oh, for hammer time. Hammer time. Ba-na-na-na. Yeah. Are you going to have her tanking 100? Probably not. But yeah. Because that does, that's only affected in the current area. So pre-stacking that and then moving on is rough. You can use it to spike Bud, but it's clunky to do. MC Barrowin. Lae'zel, RD Crux. Yeah, we can throw in just lawful champions. We'll have to look into their attacks though. We'll see. It won't matter that much, I guess. And of course, Rhea is lawful. Just gonna get them vigilance. What is? He's chaotic, right? Yeah. The egg. Had to check the egg for the boys. Let me just pull up a lawful list. My lips getting chapped, guys. I want to make you all very uncomfortable by doing a zoom in on my lips while I apply chapstick. Because I think it would be funny. Then Ursa. Lawful evil. Lawful falafel. You've really never had to worry about their attack speed, and it's always max. You think it's harder for it not to be? Dirge with spec, true, he becomes lawful good. I don't know. We're just throwing it. Actually, you're lawful. Yeah, we could just throw in Strongy. Strongy boy. What are you? Lawful neutral. Lawful neutral. Neutral good. Human? Why not? Lawful evil. So we're just stacking some lawfies. And we're getting to an E18 here. Current stack 10. So the big way to increase it from there is to have hammer time stack up, which I guess I should have gone to an area where her and Briv are under attack. We'll go ahead and do that now. But without hammer time, we're looking roughly around an E18 buff. But let's go ahead and get a couple stacks of hammer time to show off how it can scale. Because you're often going to at least take a couple hits if you're in a pushing team. Depending on what walls you're pershing to. Most tanks at 10k can be dismantled, except Briv. Yeah. Oh. I looked away and pressed the go to 1800 button. I don't think my Briv can take that hit. Do. Clicky, 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 click. That should be good. I should probably just go to a boss area, though. It's probably more indicative of what you'll actually see. Just put Crux behind her so she has health. I mean, I could. Oh yeah, I guess that's true too, because I'm gonna do that real quick. Did I click and kill one? I think I did. Oh well. So let's see. She's at 10, so let's just kill them. She'll remember that for this zone, so she'll at least be at 10, and we'll throw everyone back out here now. Doesn't matter, just looking to stack it up. Why did I try to put her out again? And why are these guys still out here? Man, I am. Or the Briv taunt everything, yeah. You can't get a... No, I'm not showing the peak. I'm showing what is probably going to be your average. You're not on average going to stack it up to 100. You're just probably not. But we can also show its absolute peak as well, just to show it off. So at 10, which is going to be maybe a rough average of what she'll be able to tank in your pushing team. She's getting that up now to roughly an E19. And again, for reference, I'm full epic, 3 to 400 item level. I thought she was a bit higher because of her season, but was that the season where they didn't pump out as many item levels? I don't recall. But yeah, once stacked up, you know, we're gonna get to better numbers. We'll go ahead and just let it happen, just to show it off. It should be fine. We'll let it stack a Rooney. We're on the last champion at the day anyway. Oh, might as well. You can start throwing in any questions. Well, maybe let's not get too off topic yet. But Tatiana, yeah, I could throw in Tatiana. Although at this point that might increase it enough that I'll actually deal damage. What level does she get? Fine. Okay, yeah. Oh, but I'm under attack. That's not gonna pull in. All right, guys, it's just Tatiana. That's right. I'm having a rough day. Okay. They let you choose your rewards back then. Maybe that's what it was. Because I wasn't focusing on Barrowin. Welcome back, Kraken. Happy with the new list so far? There's a few questions still. We'll see. Just letting it to 100 just to showcase. I'd normally pop a speed potion, have it running faster, but... Boop, 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 boop. Oh man, how is everyone doing today? I feel like everyone's having a bad day because I've asked that twice and no one has said good. Which I understand. Coffee 2 almost down. 100, the hard cap. Where are you going, Tatiana? Now we can freely kill them because it remembers who you've killed. Boosh. Boosh. So let's go ahead and get everyone back out. We're not looking to organize them. We're not making a legit formation. We're just throwing out lawfuls and seeing the peak at my item level. Why do I keep trying to get her out? You're good making dinner though. Does that make it bad or just busy? There have been some discussions on where some champions go, like certain Berts. There is not a conversation about Egbert, and if you try to change his name just to Bert, I will ban that word too. Off work so good? Fair enough. Your day's doing alright? You've just been busy? Yeah. She'll still rage, rush? Yeah. It wasn't the worst, just busy. A lot of busy days. Busy and dinner. Busy and dinner. Alright, so we're looking at an E25. So, with 10 on lawful vigilance, 10 stack on lawful vigilance, a 100 stack of hammer time, we're looking at an E25. We could make this better by finding other champions to, I'm sure there are some with that are not matching the attack cooldown restriction, but overall a decent buff. It doesn't take a lot to make it a good buff. You probably aren't going to reach the absolute ceiling every time, but it's not hard to make it good. An average of at least an E20, more than likely. Does she double dip if it's a dwarf and lawful? I actually don't know. I mean, what? That's Binwin, right? He's lawful and a dwarf. Lawful good dwarf. I think it's or. Yeah, it's only or. It does not double dip. Who? Not wanting to go to work? Yeah. So we can call him Egg, but we can't call him Bert. This is the censorship Dark Warrior warned us about. Well, that's why he's dead. He can no longer warn you. Now, obviously, I'm not going to ban Egg or Bert or Egbert. So, yeah, maximum of 10. Yeah, getting Binwin reduced it by a lot, actually, over Artemis, because of the attack speed difference. Yeah. That's what we were looking at. Nathalis. Nathalis or Nathalis? Words are funny. So yeah, I mean, not the best in the game. To get this absolute high, the first one, okay. I forget which one I said first. Nathalis, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, Barrowin, despite the tank tag, isn't a tank. That makes her a support. And the buff is just pretty okay for a support. We're talking B- the most, and you really do want her to be better than that because, again, for some reason, you have a soft spot for Barrowin. I do think a lot of people like Barrowin. Yeah, her numbers don't get A+ tier. It's just true. A-, well, let's look at her availability, and then we'll dive right into the list. We'll make her availability snappy. We are looking at a good champion, meaning available for Mert. She naturally has enough constitution for Vajra. As far as ability scores go, she does have an intelligence feat. And if you do get that 2 intelligence feat, she will be available for Strahd. However, she will not be available for Zariel because of her low charisma. And she came out long ago enough, we're talking 2,337 days. She will not be available for Elminster. And because of that low charisma, that will be her only day 1 lockout. So she is available with a feat for 3 out of 5 patrons and available for 5 out of 6 day 1 trials. Yeah, with her, I could be buffing Blusthammer a little more, I think, with, actually, no. Anyway, So, yeah, not the worst availability, not the best, but slightly above average. But still, any day 1 lockouts do suck. And not available for Elminster in the current pushing, why am I doing that? In the current, if you're pushing Elminster, that's a hard push for you right now, right? Not seeing any use there, that's always unfortunate. However, I really wish the season reworks counted for Elminster. That would be nice. As far as where she's going to go now, I do think... Because she does do good flat numbers. When it comes to her scaling isn't the greatest. It's not bad, but it's not the greatest. And as Kaya said, while she is a tank, she doesn't have a health item that is something to consider. Decent availability, not the greatest. You put her just above Tyril. I do think they're kind of close to each other. They really are. And that kind of makes sense as they were reworked together. Is there more than Wolf? Wolf, he just has a little bit more to him, even if people don't use him. I do see her being very on point with Tyril. And actually, the only reason Baloth is ahead of them is his gold, really. But I kind of want to do at least that. What do we think about that? You were arguing for Wolf A-. Were you? I thought you were dissing him. I must be mixing you up with someone else. For some reason, I thought you were arguing B- for Wolf. Not with you. You were up and down a lot with Wulfgar. You were leaning really hard into being a contrarian on that one. Guys. Yeah, I don't hate that for Barrowin. I think it makes sense to keep her close to Tyril, all things considered. You'd stump for Tyril? What do you mean stump? I think mostly... I think between the three of them, I do think Wulfgar belongs ahead of them, personally. He's the only one that is an actual tank, since Caius is making that such an important thing for a tank. He has armor-breaking utility, he has availability for an entire affiliation utility, he has stuns, and he has roughly the same buff ranges. They're all pretty close in the buff range. I do think Wulfgar belongs ahead of them. I do think Tyril technically is a better off-tank because he redirects to your tanks rather than Barrowin taking the hit, and has speed mechanics. We're going to do the big fights like that, Caius, once the list is full. I do want to see where everyone is when we're done with Seat 12 before we start making big shifts like that. Because there's going to be shifts that happen once we have it full. And we'll have a whole long day of fighting over that. Looking good. DF certainly has 0 investment from your 25 months of playing. Yeah, they're definitely the we need help. Even the C- needs help. Yeah, Jim's very good. Jim is a good boy. Doesn't have the greatest availability, though. Still think Crux deserves S. He is a good boy. C+. I mean, yeah. Realistically, everything below B- needs some kind of help. or additions to the game to make their kits come online, or their core champions that will never get help. B- could use help, but I think B- is at least a category where you can use them, right? They can be seen. Ayla, yeah. I mean, you could check out the Seat 9 VOD. There was a conversation about her. Her availability is butthole. It's bad. And debuffs just aren't as strong as they used to be. Ulkoria for magic, yeah. She's just very restrictive in who she can work with. And maintaining a 9+ can be very hard in restrictions. She does still see use, though. I agree with that. I guess there are cases for C+. They are just much rarer cases, really, is kind of the C+ range. Whereas C- below is really, we need help, please. Please, bro, please. Yeah, we're looking okay overall, all things considered. There's some shifting that still might happen, obviously. But I think overall we're looking good. How bad is Torogar for Artie now? This is the conversation, right? Is he a part of what everyone considers the meta? No. I still think he is good for Artie, though. I don't think bad. Was there a reason for Jim over Birdsong, or do you consider them similar enough? Jim just scales better, all things considered. Birdsong does have better availability, though. Knowing that buffing with legendaries, you can get away with a lot of the B-. I mean, you can do a full team of buffing Rosie with full Legos and still clear the game. Open mic so you can rant about Nayeli now. Didn't we already talk about that, though? Use Torogar over nerds. So do I. I prefer positioning with Torogar, and he still is a good buffer. Arguably, nerds is better if we're talking strictly meta, but... And yeah, AI affiliation as well, yeah. For reasons that lead to spoilers, you're considering BBEG or Grama as a 10th seat in a Dirge A formation. Any thoughts between those two? Grama sucks big fat wiener for Dirge. Dirge does not get her buff, because he does not interact with age mechanics. I would not use Grama with Dirge. Ever. So Ashara is going to end up the best core? Is that, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Jim doesn't scale better, he scales the same or worse. His bases, which, I mean, if his bases are better, then he's still going to scale to a higher degree. Dirge can't get all grandma, yeah. BBG is a good alternate for AA. He can be, yeah. Especially in Elminster. Grama with Jahiro for Folk Hero, there is potential there. Cheers, see you Thursday. Have a good day, Lazy. And yeah, so Thursday will be Seat 11, starting at 11:30 PST. We are in the cooldown period now. We have finished Seat 10. And the forum is open. We can talk about just about anything for a little bit here. But we are in the cooldown period. And we are just chatting. Just chilling. Just vibing. Just cringing. Yeah, Dirge is an interesting one. Wolf over Shaka. Oh, Shaka. Such a high ceiling, such RNG, so much hate. Shaka leads people to the dark side. Coffee 2 gone. Dirge free S. I can see arguments to keep Dirge out of S. I do love that boy, though. And he's going to be high no matter what. A always available DPS is just value. It just is. While also having 2 pre-stack. Yeah, DPS that does scale and goes anywhere. Exactly. Exactly. Dirge is a good boy. Or a bad boy. You can never hear Shaka without thinking about the 70s. But weak scaling for a pre-stack on one of his pre-stacks. He has 2 of them though, and one of them is not weak. So 2 different pre-stacks. Dirge numbers aren't high enough for S. He's on the cusp. In his perfect formation, he's on the cusp of being S. I don't think he's going to breach S though, but we'll see. You know, Ceramorphosis has really good pre-stack scaling if you can at least get a fair amount of them. His Living on the Edge isn't as good, but he's a good boy though. An always available DPS, I'm sorry. Like, I know I'm an availability slut. No one has ever donated it, but that's part of the, if you donate $6, 6.9, $6.90 or whatever, it will play that voice line because I am an availability slut. And I'm sorry, I find that just far too important to the game. To have your DPS always available. The only time it's not is if C11 is locked for some reason. That is the only time. And that's just too important. People think he's better than he is because of Will? Will is the worst part of Dirge. Making Will work with Dirge is hell. Sometimes it's even worth it to just focus his Ceramorphosis scaling. But no. If you look at all of the DPS in the game, shouldn't you have the spoiler zone up for spoiling your next stream? Even then, you think he still overrides the seat lock? I don't. There are some cases where it doesn't. Like I think the wasn't it the Rosie one? Like you had to use Rosie no matter what. You couldn't switch to Dirge. Maybe it wasn't. I don't remember. There was one where I couldn't switch to Dirge. But no, he still has better scaling than a lot of damage dealers in the game. Yeah, the bee stingers, yeah. If and when Dirge can... Then we can talk about S tier. I mean, that's fair. I would have to see... Because I haven't had to test that yet, so... I've only had the Rosie lockout as far as seat lockouts go. Yeah, I don't mean like, you can't use seat 11, because yeah, he can... I mean if it locks someone else in that seat, is what I meant if I said something else. Yeah. Stream was a little different without Dark Warrior, though, for those who have been around with Dark Warrior here. Makes you wonder what he's up to. We probably would have had to stop to talk about Karlach's abs multiple times. Cradle's second variant was 1 through 7 only, and see, but that's not what I'm talking about, Sidix. I'm not talking about the seat being blocked off, because yeah, he's usable then. I'm saying when it forces you to use someone from his seat, is what I'm talking about. Because yeah, when the seat is locked out, he can still be used. I'm saying when it forces you to use someone, like Rosie and Rosie's variant. You can't use Dirge if you own... Huh? I don't know where you're going there, Strider. If you owned... For the variant. Oh, Strix. Can you use Dirge if you own Strix for the variant? Well, so, yeah, because it forced them, right? I don't remember which it was. I really don't. But I thought it was the bee stingers. It forced that seat to lock, and I couldn't switch. It was that or a different one. I don't remember. Can't wait until we get to seat 12 so we can get our next S tier Neris. Rondo, are you on drugs right now? Might you be high or tripping? For the Rosa one, yeah, it was the bee stingers and DM, and plus DM's mate. Yeah. You seem to recall you couldn't do it with Strix to begin with. Rosie's 10 Strix. Well, yeah. I meant Strix, not Rose. I meant Rosie's. I'm mixing things up, but yeah. I meant Rosie's variant where it locks Strix, who is seed 11, so you couldn't use Dirge because it locked Strix, but yeah. You almost forgot it's also Jamila time on next stream. Yeah, Jamila. Oof. Oh, yeah, let's see. Did we have anything else on the docket we could talk about today? Because we're coming on roughly the 5 hours live, and that's usually when I call it, if we've finished what's on the docket, which I don't think we had anything else to talk about at the end here. Once we've finished up, you'll fight over Jamila placement? Uh-oh. Because it's not going to be high, spoilers. Oh, dang, you got a social Thursday? Shame missing Jamila. Oof on design, and CNE has no current plan to fix. Yeah. You too, if she moves out of F, then F loses all meaning. Yeah, no, it's... Spoilers, it's gonna be low. But yeah, let's see. So, I will say at the end here, as we're just chatting and most of you here who enjoy the just chatting bit of what we do here, she's obviously F, but where in F? Fair enough, fair enough. Low is her damage output. Yeah, being an only DP, I think she... if she got a rework to be like, kind of like Barrowin, like a pseudo off-tank support, that would be fun for her, but probably never gonna happen. Yeah, the real question will be, Gem, be top of F or bottom? We can have a nice fun 25 minutes on that one. But no, I've asked this a couple times, and for those of you who are just here, you like to chill. I know most of you are here for Idle Champions, but I will eventually be transitioning into more stuff after we finish up to 12. We'll have a couple more streams on Idle Champions, but I am going to branch out. And if there's anything any of you are curious to see, us talk about, us play, whether it be tier lists for other things, real life gaming wise, or just other playthroughs of games, feel free to open it up and chat. Some things that have been tossed around are potentially playing through some old Final Fantasies. That's something I have interest in. And there's been some interest from people in chat as well for that. But if there's anything you can think of, do let me know, because ideas are always welcome, whether I get to them or not. And, whoa, almost dropped my water. What else are you actively playing? Right now, at the, I think it was, Sure Shakens was talking about the new Diablo 4 season. So right now, I'm tinkering a little bit with the Diablo 4 season. And before that, I was doing some Ascension WoW. If anyone knows what that is. Brought up, too bad you weren't. The burp. I always burp. It happens. You're behind on reading chat. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh. Don't follow any crowd, just play what you feel you want. You'd be happy to drop by and say hi. I appreciate that, but at the same time, it's not exactly the best for the audience. It's not always a proper fit. So I'm just curious, because I'm not saying I'm going to do whatever is recommended. I just want to know what people might be interested in. Like the old D&D RPGs from Strider. There's a few out there that could be interesting to do for sure. I probably just reread it again. Sometimes I go back and think I missed something and reread something I've already seen. You could play through Baldur's Gate. That That is one thing I've thought of. I haven't touched an older Baldur's Gate in a long time. Some games do not do well with keeping up with the times. Some hold their weight, but some don't. I don't know how bad BG is gonna be, like the OGs. Finally got your dex score to 15. Congrats, Cynics. Yeah, older BGs are a possibility though. Maybe some old Neverwinter. I don't know. So again, some of those just they might be too of their time, because I definitely have a harder time with some older games, even though I grew up with them by today's standards. Just so many, but from your perspective, you're sure it would be fine. Just go for the eyes. Boo! Neverwinter Nights 2. Yeah, you're close to max magic core. Nice. I am spoiled by voice acting, I will admit. I have so little patience for reading like walls of text anymore with how old I am that I'm spoiled by enjoying having voice acting, even if it's not the greatest in a game. And some of those older RPGs can be rough with that. Have you ever played the Neverwinter MMO? I have, but not for very long. I tend to... I really like MMOs, but if I don't have like my core group that's playing it, I tend to lose interest fast. And I'm not a huge fan of... I think Neverwinter, because I do mix up D&D Online with Neverwinter. I'm a little bit over the traditional MMO. I have 20 quests. I go do them and go turn them in and then go to the next zone and do... Like, I can do it. Like, I still play WoW, Ascension WoW, but Ascension WoW has a gameplay loop I find fun. And I'll still play... I mean, I've played every expansion of World of Warcraft. So, I mean, I still do it, but... it has to really pull me in otherwise, you know? But yeah, there are... Huh? The lack of voice acting. Tears of the Kingdom. Why do I know that? Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, right. I was not thinking that's what it was. Wow. Yeah, Zelda. Yeah. I haven't owned a Switch, period. So I haven't really dove into the new Zeldas at all. Some of my family has the Switch, and I've watched some Breath of the Wild. They never got the new Zelda, but Zelda game with stupid... What? Bad hardware. And I gotta say, yeah, the durability, not a fan. Not a fan of losing weapons that quick. I know it gets better the later in the game. Not a fan of the durability mechanic at all. I like the concept of the open world, and I think the art was amazing. They did a great job with what hardware they did have for the overall vibe of that game. Well, those games, but... You live without voice acting 95% of the time. You turn on subtitles so you can understand what they said. What bothers you more is when they auto fast forward in dialogue before you can read it. Yeah. The only problem with like old RPGs is it's like wall of text after wall of text. And for stream, that's not the best. That means I'm either going to have to read every single piece of dialogue or find a different game. Because it's just a fact that for streaming, people want to be able to follow along too. And you're not going to stop, like people who have me on a second monitor and they're working on something else, you're not going to stop and read every line of dialogue in an RPG. Do you know what I mean? You got used Switch for 200 and hacked it so you can play all games pirated. New suggestion, an emote you can use for all these random stutters. What would that even be? Because no VA voice actor meant dialogue was cheap. Yeah. Well, no, absolutely. Yeah. Tyredack voice actor, love it. I have done amateur voice acting. Advertise your voiceover. I've done amateur voice acting. Nothing crazy. Voice acting is always something I followed even as a child. There was something about watching The Simpsons as like an 8-year-old and learning like Dan Castellaneta and Hank Azaria was like every voice, you know? There was just something that I loved about that. Voice act an old school RPG for the stream. See, there's a huge difference between voice act. I mean, I do different voices for like my D&D campaigns, right? When I DM, I do give a character a voice and they act different. But that's a lot. Doing every voice in an old RPG, I don't know if I could. That would just be funny at my expense because I'm really stupid. Futurama was like that too. Well, yeah, it was same creators and same vibe. Yeah, Billy West was just even the fact he's Zoidberg and Fry, you know. I love it. You'll be okay as long as Elminster is in it. CNE should hire you so that you can hear welcome champions every time you log in. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen though. Need an app to text, scrap an RPG and text-to-speech? I would get annoyed by hearing that text-to-speech just flat, but I mean, maybe. Yet that it's crazy when someone has such a diverse range. Yeah. And the professor, yeah. As long as there's one of your signature words. Need that ScarJo voice. There, I don't even try to do like a female intonation on my voice. Well, I can't reach, I can get higher pitch, but I can never sound like a woman, you know? It just, in a D&D campaign, I tried that once. Nowadays, I just emulate the character. I don't like try to speak in a womanly voice, but we were all tipsy. And it just killed the whole table because they said I just sounded like a cheap, what did they call it? A cheap phone sex worker. Just didn't come out right. Surprised that studios released old RPGs with AI voices. I mean, that's true, yeah. You probably could with lessons. Maybe. If I get hung up on something, it's really hard for me to get over it. It would be very hard for me to focus on that without just laughing at myself and hating myself along the way. But yeah, I would love to play, like, and that's the thing, Final Fantasies are a good old RPG just because they're visually stimulating and the dialogue is usually pretty short. But like old school Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter, they do tend to have walls of text. We could probably do it though. It's something to keep in mind. It'd be interesting, if nothing else, to take a look at where some of the Idle champions come from. Because there's a lot of them that have affiliations and ties to those older ones. But yeah, you never know. Gotta dive into something though, because I am very much a creature of needing to dive around. If I'm going to persist in streaming, which I want to, and that's why I'm talking about this, is I can't exclusively do Idle Champions. I would go a little stir crazy with that. So yeah, eventually gonna have to push forward. When you were talking about the ScarJo voice, you were referencing the new and discontinued voice of ChatGPT put out for their new product. That would be kind of funny though, right? Get a bunch of AI voices from Mr. Beast and make him a character in a RPG. That would be funny. I'm trying to think of some of the other, because I can't remember too well how much dialogue was in those games. I feel like it was a lot in like the OG Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter. But yeah, I'm the guy that watches with subtitles and needs to hear everything. Like, I don't know if that's my autism brain or what that is. Can't steal ScarJo's voice. It was a lot. Yeah, I'm just seeing if I'm like mentally overstating it or if I am remembering correctly, because it's been a long time. Well, speaking of the Switch, one of the reasons like I was really sad I don't have a Switch was that re-release of Mario RPG. Oh, I loved that game as a kid. I used to do a yearly playthrough of many Final Fantasies and Mario RPG. Those were like the games I cycled when I was like in my 20s. But OG Mario RPG when I was a kid, oh, I loved that game. I wanted to play the remake. Wasn't able to. That's one, if I had a Switch, I would do that on stream in a heartbeat. She has a husband who... So it's really hard to stress. Using a lot of trigger words there. Well, it wasn't Major Scarja's voice. Some sounded like her. It's close enough. What's the difference? Well, did they even have the rights to to a... Mario RPG was so much your fave from childhood? Yeah, no, Mario RPG was so great. It was right in the line of me like diving back into Final Fantasies 2. Because we were talking about this last stream, if anyone was here, and that I started with Final Fantasy 1, was too young to dive into it, let it go a couple years, got into Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, and that made me come back and do all the previous Final Fantasies. And right in that kind of timeline was Mario RPG as well, and man, I was an RPG kid. They asked her and she said no. Okay. They hired a voice actress to train. Just happens to sound a lot like Scarjo. Yeah, but if it's clearly a... you would have to steer... Yeah, that's one of those things. If you bring it to a lawsuit, it's hard to prove sometimes with stuff like that. It's like, no, that's just her voice. We're just doing a character. Nah. Unless they advertised as Scarjo. Then that's something else. Oh, man. Speaking of RPG, why hasn't Classic Phantasy Star not got a revival or remake? I never got into Phantasy Star. I had a friend that was, and I played it, but I never got into it, you know? It's just funny. You mean if she actually sounds like her, how can you sue someone for sounding like you? I mean, it definitely depends on if you're... It's not just she sounds like her, but she's acting like her, right? Like, that's not her natural voice. There's something to be said there. But that stuff does get hard in court, like really hard. Can't sue for parody, but again, that depends. Are they doing it as a parody, or were they saying this is Scarjo, you know? There's a lot of different lines to walk with that stuff. Because if you're just doing it to sound like her and sell that likeness, that's not parody, you know? Boop, boop, boop. You're sure the lawyer looked over it? Yeah, I'm just like randomly talking about it. I don't know anything about that. I'm just chatting. I think Scarjo was in the movie Her, so they specifically picked someone that sounded like her, and they made an explicit reference to the movie in tweets. So they were trying to hide behind the fact it was a reference to the movie, not Scarjo herself. Yeah. I never actually saw her. I heard good things, and I like Joaquin Phoenix. What are you doing, Rondo? What got asterisked out? Did you try to link something? Is that what that was? You did. So yeah, that is what that is then. Oh man, that was too long ago. That was at the beginning of stream. I should ban that one guy that was probably a bot. That's the only thing I ban for, is if you are a bot in my chat or like spamming porn links. Well, that was more of a YouTube thing, but that died out actually pretty early. They cracked down on that. That was a problem when I started my YouTube. There's constantly people linking porn that were just bots going through new posted videos, just linking. Quite annoying. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so for now though, we got Thursday bracketed for seat 11. We got Saturday for seat 12. 11:30 PST for both. and we'll see how long they go. I'm sure we'll fight along the way. The more people we get in the tier list, the more we tend to fight, as to be expected. I don't know if Seat 12 will be the finalized. We might do a stream after, where we go over any potential, the Tuesday after Saturday. Yeah, that's the thing. Either Saturday's going to be a long one, or we'll do another stream after we finish 12. We'll see what happens. We'll see how everyone's feeling on the day of 12. But yeah, I look forward to Thursday, and I hope you guys do too. For now, I'm gonna go get some food. Thanks for... Oh, see you at the fight for Dirge, yeah. You vote another stream, you have plans most Saturday evenings. Well, maybe we'll for sure finish on Saturday then, Caius. But no. Alright, yeah, we'll see when the time comes. But for the time being, you guys have a excellent rest of your day. Bye. Bye. Bye.